Honorable members, members of the state, the clerk and the team, the candidate before us. Today is a scheduled day for vetting nominees for the position of the county public service board. And I welcome you all to this vetting constitutional exercise. So before we proceed, as it is the practice and tradition, I will invite us for prayer. Shall we pray? Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed officers of leaders in county assemblies for the welfare of society and the adjustment of the people, we beseech you to be all with abundant favor as your servant. You have been pleased to call the performance with honor and trust in this county and this republic. Let your blessing descend upon us, your assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come, and our deliberations in so just a faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, the welfare of our county and our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our church.
Amen.
Honorable members, I have some opening remarks to make. This refers to the select committee on appointments of the vetting of nominees for the appointment for the position of member of the county public service board. Honorable members, today's approval is L plus 1 to section 7 of public appointments of the County Assembly's Approvals Act of the year 2027. It is a culmination of a process that began with the Makueni County governance nominations of the following persons: 1. MS Josephine Benya Mwang, MS Deborah Mudeu Chalo, Dr. Zabidi Mwandi for the appointment as members of the County Public Service Board. Honorable members, the standing order number 209, sub-order 4, provides that the Committee on Appointment shall consider for approval by the County Assembly appointment of members of the County Executive. It's on this basis that of the foregoing that we gather here today to consider nomination of the said persons to serve in the County Executive arm of the government as members of the County Public Service Board. This process will be guided by the provisions of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Public Appointments, County Assemblies Approval Act of the year 2017, of the County Governments Act of the year 2020, 2012 revised in year 2020, and the County Assembly Standing Orders. By way of summary, the Assembly Speaker received a letter from His Excellency the Governor referenced GMC stroke GVN stroke ADM stroke LREC stroke 5 into brackets 154 dated 11th of December year 2005, nominating on MS Josephine Benya Mwang, MS Deborah Mudeu Chalo, and Dr. Zabidi Mwandi as members of the County Public Service Board. The Honorable Speaker conveyed the message from the His Excellency the Governor of the County Assembly on 20th of January 2026 in a special sitting, and directed the relevant committee, which is the Committee on Appointments, being this committee, to take up the vetting process required by law. The Assembly subsequently placed an advertisement on this daily and official social media platforms, specifically Standard, on the print media newspaper dated 22nd of February 2006, inviting nominees for vetting before the Assembly Select Committee on Appointments. Today on Monday, 2nd of February 2026, at the Assembly presence. Josephine Benya at 10 a.m., Deborah Mudeu Chalo, 11 a.m., Zabidi Mwandi, and 12 noon. In other circumstances, you find that owing to the questions, the reality on the ground this time might vary with 30 seconds, and in 30 minutes or 1 hour. So we request our nominees to bear with us, and members of the public who are following this public exercise also to bear with us. Honorable members, purposes of public may wish to know as to why we have to invite the nominees through a newspaper and public media instead of direct invitation, either by way of email or letters addressed to them. This is not an assembly business, it's a public vetting, and therefore we are vetting persons to occupy public offices, and therefore the interest of the recipient of this information, members of public, not County Assembly. We are only employees or agents of members of public, and therefore it's important for members of public to follow the proceedings, and there's a provision for them to ask questions during this exercise. In the advertisement, the nominees were asked to carry out the originals of the following documents, which are important. 1. Curriculum vitae. 2. academic certificate and testimonials. 3. Certificate of good conduct from the Directorate of Criminal Investigation. 3. Clearance from the Higher Education Passport. 3. Clearance from the Kenya Revenue Authority. Clearance from Ethics and Anti-Corruption, and clearance from Kenya Credit Reference Bureau. All these requirements, they are just a test of credibility and integrity of the persons in questions and to be trusted to hold public offices. Honorable members, this session will proceed as follows. 1. The nominee will first take oath of affirmation. 2. We shall then do introduction of committee and the nominee. 3. The committee membership will then review the nominees' documents briefly. 4. The committee will then hear the nominee and cross-examine him or her. 5. Members will then have time to ask questions or further cross-examination if any. And 6. Other conclusions, the chairperson will invite the nominee to give their closing remarks and may seek leave from the committee. Pursuant to Section 8 of the Public Appointments, County Assembly's Approval Act of 2017, we will also be looking at the following in summary. 1. The procedure relied on by the Governor and the selection panel to arrive at the nominee or the nominees. 2. Any constitutional or statutory requirement relating to the office in questions. And 3. The suitability of the nominee for the appointment proposed, having regard to whether the nominee's ability, experience, and qualities meet the needs of the body to which the nomination is being made. Allow me to repeat this because it has been asked before as to whether we are vetting persons on the basis of their CV, professional competence, whether attained bachelor's degree, master's, PhD. But it's important for them and public to know that the Assembly Committee will consider suitability of the nominee for appointment, suitability proposed for having regard to whether the nominee or the nominee's abilities, experience, qualities meet the needs of the body to which the nomination is being made. So it's not just limited to academic performance alone. Additionally, honorable members, each of you have been supplied with a file with the nominees file questionnaire in line with Section 7(9) of the first schedule of the Public Appointment County Assembly's Approvals Act of the year 2017. Similarly, an assessment form has been supplied with you for purposes of this vetting pursuant to Section 7(9) of the Assembly Approvals Act of 2017 and the second schedule. You will score each nominee for criteria identified in that form. Honorable members, kindly observe the following. 1. Silence and order must be observed at all times during this vetting exercise. Kindly switch your phone, mobile phones or otherwise to silent mode. And 3. The language applicable in this exercise is official language, which is English. 2. I urge you to address the chair or the nominee through the chair in a very decorous way. Thank you. As I've indicated, we will ask the clerk to administer oath or affirmation to the nominee. We change that microphone to face the nominee, not the clerk. Yes.
Oath, affirmation of the nominee. Okay. I, Josephine Benyamwang, having been nominated for appointment to serve as a member County Public Service Board, do swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee on appointment shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Honorable members, we now do take the introduction for purposes of the nominee. My name is Douglas Bulu, the Speaker of the County Assembly, but this time around I'm serving as the chairperson of this committee.
My name is Engineer Kisungi Wakatete, a member of this committee.
I'm James Kamunda, the member for Kibomboni South and also leader of minority.
Elizabeth Mutindi, a member of this committee.
Jackson Balo, member of this committee, and MCA Kikumbuli of North.
Honorable Elizabeth Mutindi and Honorable Balu, you are not on record.
My name is Elizabeth Mutindi, a member of this committee.
My name is Jackson Balo, representing Kikumbuli North and member of this committee.
Kevin Mutuku. Kevin Mutuku, Clerk of the County Assembly and Secretary to this committee.
Yes, Commissioner, Director Legislative Services.
George Mutuku, Research Officer.
Janet Agui, Legal Department.
Very well, we have members of before the state in the House. Two, these proceedings are broadcasted live. I am not sure whether there are radios that are transmitting live, but I'm sure that this is live on the County Assembly YouTube channel for the reasons that I've indicated. Honorable members, I will request the nominee to introduce herself. Josephine, you will introduce yourself. The person of Josephine, from the little girl that was born to who you are in terms of personal growth and development. Two, on career progression, from the least attained to the highest attained. Then three, the experience that you have had ever since you started working as a professional. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair, for this opportunity. And as well, thank you so much, the Committee on Appointments, for granting me this opportunity to appear before you for this vetting exercise. My name is Josephine Benyamwao. I am from Kibwezi West. I went to school, primary school in Gumo Primary School. From there, for my primary education. From there, I proceeded to Kibwezi Girls High School, St. Joseph's, where I attained my secondary education certificate. After that, I did well, and I proceeded to the university, Maseno University, where I pursued a degree in education, special needs education, which I finished in 2006. After that, I have also pursued other certificates to enrich my education, and these include a diploma in community development, which I finished in 2012. I have also done a senior management course from Kenya School of Government, and I have also done computer studies, majoring on basic computer skills. That is my educational background. My work experience stems from 2012, where I started as a program assistant at Afya Plus Kamili, a project which focused on supporting teams to achieve education in Lower Eastern, basically focusing on sanitation and hygiene in primary schools in Lower Eastern and Upper Eastern. From there, I advanced on to work for a small local organization called Deaf Empowerment Kenya, which is an organization specifically focusing on persons with disability, and there I worked as a project officer, guiding the program in ensuring that persons with disability get their rights, access to education, access to employment, and improving their quality of life in general. While at that, I also got an opportunity at Voluntary Service Overseas, Kenya, as a project assistant at first, and then as a project officer thereafter. In this project, I implemented programs targeting persons with disability, policy influencing to achieve change for persons with disability, as well as working with duty bearers who are the government or the county governments to empower the persons with disability to demand services, as well as empowering the county governments to be more responsive in service delivery. And this I did in various counties across Kenya. At this, I got an opportunity to work for Deaf Child Worldwide as a program officer in charge of East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And at this position, I was in charge of overseeing the implementation of programs and grants management to 12 implementing partners across East Africa. In this role, I have oversaw the driving the strategy of Deaf Child Worldwide, as well as empowering the local implementing partners in influencing systemic change through policy reviews and formulation, working collaboratively with the governments. Up to 2025 December. That is my career progression all through. What relevant experience do I have that puts me in this position to request for this opportunity to serve as a member of County Public Service Board. I have over 10 years of experience in program and grants management, strategic oversight, policy implementation and formulation, governance, and social accountability both in public and private institutions. As I have mentioned, in my experience working with VSO Kenya and Deaf Child Worldwide, I have overseen the implementation and strategy in working with persons with disabilities to improve their quality of life by ensuring that the policy climate in the region supports their well-being in terms of accessing services, accessing education, accessing employment, and generally accessing basic needs as detailed in the Constitution. So in this position, I have also worked very closely with the government institutions like the Ministry of Education through Kenya Institute of Special Needs and Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development to influence education, especially for early learners, as well as all learners through, thus influencing systemic change into the system whereby this is achieved through policy influencing. I would also like to mention that I was also part of the private sector team working through Elimu Yetu Coalition and Action for Children with Disabilities, which supported the establishment and the development of the Persons with Disability Act 2023, and so it's come to life. Away from that, I have also worked with the County Assembly of Makueni as a member of County Service Board at Makueni. At this position, I was very privileged to work with extremely knowledgeable and experienced board chair members and public service at that time during the second assembly between 2018 to 2022. This gave me a very unique platform where I got to grasp top level strategy experience in managing public service. I would like to say that it's from that I managed to achieve to oversee the development of the strategic plan for the county assembly, as well as oversee the staff regularization during that time. I also enhanced the welfare of honorable members and staff by guiding the process of establishing guidelines and regulations for establishing and running staff cafeteria, as well as guiding the development of clear staff development and training plan at the assembly that time. With that experience, I believe I have the right skills, qualifications, and experience to humbly request for this position as a member county public service board. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. What are the functions of a county public service board under the law? I hope I'm audible.
Can hear you from here. Very clear.
What are the functions of the County Public Service Board as established by the County Government Act?
Okay.
Name them, elaborate, describe.
Thank you, Chair, for that question. As per Section 57 of the County Government Act 2012, where we have the responsibilities of the County Assembly Service Board detailed, I would like to mention these responsibilities. First, I would like to say is to offer strategic oversight and guideline to the county government in terms of HR management. Secondly, is to ensure or rather enforce the values and principles of governance as well as those of public service in the public service of Makueni County government. Another responsibility is to enhance or provide strategic direction in staff human resource management. And when I talk of human resource management, I mean all those functions of human resource management which start from recruitment, that is abolishing and demolishing of offices, training, onboarding of staff, appraisal, disciplinary action, and all those. Fourth, I would like also to mention that another function of the County Assembly Service Board is to ensure that the human resource of the Public Service Board is well aligned into the governor's agenda and the CIDP. For instance, 20 CIDP 2022 to 2027. Another function which is also very critical is to ensure that there are clear guidelines into staff performance management practices which are in line with the Public Service Commission. Lastly is also to ensure that reports are prepared and shared with relevant authorities as required. I know that their report should be presented to the County Assembly and other offices as per the set timelines. Thank you, Chair.
You have enumerated your experience.
Yes, Chair.
Can you, in a very granular way, practical way, very mechanically speaking, in a simple way, relate the experience that you have, of course it's very long, and the implementation of the functions of the County Public Service Board? How useful will be your experience in implementation of the functions of the County Public Service Board?
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, please.
There's some question. Chair, just jump into me. When you are talking interchangeably used County Public Service Board and County Assembly Board, I don't know, in the process you were talking, there was such a mixture. Could you be missing? We would wish to hear that you don't mix that because they are two different entities.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
That
you,
will-
Honorable Jackson Bado, for that. I would like to mention that, as you may be aware, I worked as a member County Assembly Service Board here, and the position I am seeking is County Public Service Board. So I believe that is where the issue is coming in. Yeah, I wish to be more clear going forward. Thank you.
Very well answered my question. In a very simple way, the experience that you have, you named from, I don't know, many years ago. How is that experience useful in implementation of the County Public Service Board functions as stipulated in the Non-Governments Act?
Okay.
Proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair. I believe that I have a wealth of experience in taking on the responsibilities of member county public service board. In this sense, I have been a member of the county assembly service board in Makueni during the second assembly from 2018 to 2022. This opportunity, as I had mentioned earlier, gave me a very powerful springboard into acquiring the experience which I boast of today in this role. In the manner that the roles of the County Assembly Service Board mirror so much into the roles and responsibilities of the County Public Service Board member. During between 2018 to 2022, as I have mentioned, I oversaw the development of the county of the Makueni County Assembly Strategic Plan, and I am looking at using the same skills which I used at that time at the Public Service Board to enhance and influence strategic direction on human resource functions at the county government of Makueni. Similarly, I also mentioned an achievement on staff regularization, which I achieved as a member of the County Assembly Service Board during my tenure. I will employ the skills which I used at that time to ensure that staff are well awarded for their responsibilities and job. And this I will achieve by ensuring that recruitment of staff is aligned to the CIDP and the governor's agenda and priorities. This is to ensure that the skills and the expertise that is drawn into the public service is directly useful and appropriate to achieving the priorities set out in the CIDP. Again, I will also capitalize on ensuring that their values and principles are among the staff which enhance a people-centered environment, whereby the public service puts people first and ensures that people have internal drive to drive change to achieve the strategy, the priorities, and the governor's priorities is set out in the 20 in the CIDP plan. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
You have mentioned the governor's agenda 3 times.
Yes.
How would you ensure the independence of the board from the governor? Because you seem to be inclined so much to the governor's agenda as opposed to the public service agenda. And that therefore may compromise the independence of the Public Service Board.
Is a point of focus guiding the implementation of programs who have not gone through the entire CIDP document have a glimpse of the priorities which are in that document so that they understand what development they expect. And here I am talking of like, for example, bringing services to the local level mashinani is a governor's agenda, for instance. Advancing green energy in Makueni, the use of green energy, sustainability is a governor's agenda, for example, and many others which I could mention as well, which are supported by the CIDP of Makueni County government.
Honorable Kizuki. Honorable, who come first? Honorable Elizabeth. Honorable Mbalu?
Yeah.
Proceed, Honorable Mbalu, if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm also ready, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Josephine Mbenya, I have a few questions to pose to you. You know that there is a problem with the young people, so that their employability is advanced. What, as a member, if granted the opportunity as a member of the Public Service Board, what programs would you bring on board to enhance the employability of our young people? And what measurable indicators would you be looking at to confirm or to determine whether the board is actually achieving that? Another question, how will you regularly report this progress to the relevant offices like the County Assembly and the public? And how will you safeguard the board's independence? I think that has been linked to what you were talking about regarding the governor's agenda. How will you ensure that the board is actually optimally independent and serving the interests of the people? Thank you.
Thank you
Yes.
so much, Honorable Elizabeth Mutindi, for those questions. I will go through them, and if I miss any, you will kindly take me back. I will start with the first question, where you have asked me to talk about the measures I will put in place to ensure that young people are engaged in the county government public service. I will start by saying that approximately 70% of Kenyan population is young people. And young people, there is an outcry for young people in accessing many services and opportunities, employment being one of them. I will ensure that young people can access employment into the public service by first ensuring that there are opportunities which are created into the public service to offer young people internship and apprenticeship opportunities as they continue their college or tertiary education, so that as they go along with learning, they also get at the same time exposure to the work environment, to the job market, so that by the time they are finishing and coming out to look for employment, they are not working on a blank slate, but they are transitioning from skills they have built during apprenticeship and learning into the job market. Secondly, I will also create forums into the local communities using the already existing structures, into the county government to have forums which open opportunities for young people to engage with mentors, with leaders who are knowledgeable on CV writing, packaging their self, pitching their self into job interviews and all that, how to look for jobs online and other opportunities, so that young people are open to the opportunities which are available, not just into Makueni County or Kenya, but even internationally. Third, I will ensure that recruitment is based on merit and inclusivity. And this is to mean that recruitment will be free and fair, open and transparent, and encourage, even in the tone and advertisement, will ensure that it is motivating for young people to apply for these jobs. Fourth, I will also ensure that young people have a broad mind, which even opens them into venturing into opportunities which they create self-employment, leading to them even employing other young people, and thus creating employment in the process. Those are some of the things which I believe I can achieve change with that question, Honorable Elizabeth Mutindi. Going on to the next bit of the question is on measurable indicators. And here we are looking at how will I be able to say that I have achieved change or an impact has been achieved through the measures which I have just mentioned in the earlier question. Here, I am looking at creating a database of information which is supported digitally of the young people who have grown through the apprenticeship and mentorship, through the various opportunities in the public service of Makueni, and even creating a way of tracking how these young people who have gone through this process are faring. This will help in identifying if this particular initiative is working or not, and opportunities for innovation in the future. Another measurable indicator which I can use here is to create a forum, or to create a system whereby a priority is given to qualified young people who have gone through the mentorship process, apprenticeship opportunities offered in the county, and have a track record of how many have been employed, have received formal employment as a result. Another measurable indicator, I am thinking on my feet really, is creating an online portal where young people can access information on the employability skills, and from there looking at how much feedback is coming from there on young people who have succeeded through the initiatives which have been put in place. I will proceed on to the next part of the question, Honorable Mutindi, if you allow me, which was on how I will regularly report this progress to relevant offices, County Assembly being one of these offices. Progress definitely is reported through progress reports which are prepared by the County Public Service Board and shared to the Assembly. I know from the duties and responsibilities there is a provision for doing this annually. So I am looking at using that opportunity to share this kind of progress. I am also looking at using the various scorecards which are available into the public service to present this information to the public, to create awareness around this, because I believe also the public needs to get a progress of what is happening. So I will use the public opportunities available in my position and acceptable within law to create awareness around this. Again, I will also use the performance management system, like the reports on appraisal reports on the performance of various departments across the county to post this progress and progress reports as appropriate. Is there any other question I have left out?
Have you been answered?
Yes, there's one more left on the how you will safeguard the independence of the board.
Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Mutindi. How will I safeguard the independence of the board? The independence of the board is very important when it comes to executing its functions. And this I will ensure by ensuring that there is transparency, openness, and accountability in all the dealings of the board, in the process of decision making, in the process of taking action, in the processes that form the day-to-day activities of the board. The second thing in ensuring that is encouraging and creating an opportunity where members of the board can freely declare any conflict of interest that is arising and encourage using the provided ways of receiving any conflict of interest declared and resolving it. Another way to address this is to ensure that recruitment and performance is purely based on merit and other criteria so defined in the recruitment practices, like inclusion, affirmative action, and such measures which are approved as guiding recruitment. Thank you, Honorable Mchindi.
Honorable Jackson Balu.
Thank you. Thank you. Josephine, I want to hear more from you. From your qualifications, I didn't see much about HR in your training. Okay, I when I went through, I didn't see any touching HR, but you've had experience of working with the Makueni County Assembly Board.
Yes.
Okay, now within the County Public Service Board, because you cannot treat a disease you don't know.
Sure.
Can you, in a short, tell us what are the challenges that are there and the perception of the youth, the community about the County Public Service Board? Because if you don't know that, you may not be able to treat it. There are major issues the youth always keep accusing, pointing finger at the County Public Service Board. Can you tell us a few of those?
Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Jackson Balu, for that question. Challenges facing the County Public Service Board in discharging their mandate. All right. Challenges are always there and everywhere. I believe what makes the difference is how we are able to maneuver and go beyond these challenges. Some of the challenges which the County Public Service Board is likely to be faced with, one of them is budgetary constraints. For the County Public Service Board to be in a position to achieve professional, performance-driven public service, that means there is an element of capital investment into that.
Kindly let me guide you so that you may go slow to the point I want you to address.
Okay, thank you.
Because the youth out there are many who feel marginalized. There are areas that are marginalized where they feel majority of people are employed from some wards while others are left out. And that has been the hue and cry within Makueni. And it must be addressed somewhere. But you see, you cannot treat it if it's not in it. So I'd wish to hear, you had experience with the County Public Service, the County Assembly Service.
Yes.
Did you face issues of marginalization in employment within the wards? Because those are some of the things which you could make me know that you can be able to address the others. Because there are wards which have many employees, even at the County Public Service Board. While you go to other wards, people are qualified, they have nobody to step to. You don't get directors in those areas, you don't get chief officers. So, the board, what will you use to reach those, to balance, to bring the inequality down? Because that's a major thing. And I'm sure as we conduct this, the public is waiting to hear that. Majority of you who are from those areas, they want to hear that, how you will address that. It's a major thing.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Jackson Balu, for that clarification. I have got you right now. One of the things I will do to ensure that the challenge of faced is that I will create, or rather, get a deep dive into the already existing data and information to understand the extent of this disparity in based on wards, in terms of where we have some wards not having more people into the service as others. And after establishing that gap, I will work to bridge this gap by first ensuring that recruitments are focused on bridging this gap by, for example, opening up opportunities which target young people, maybe at the entry level.
Sorry. They'll be taken by the same areas. I want you to come up and tell me. You'll create those opportunities. But the areas that has been picking those, they will pick. More qualified. Get a person who scored a C-Con down in Kalawa, Kikumbulu North. They will compete with somebody who scored it well here, Boni. So, how will you address that inequality? People are qualified, but you can imagine the situation they faced to come to that. They are sharp, but they are exposed to harshness. That's why they become marginalized. It has to be addressed. Do you agree first there is marginalization?
Yes.
Some wards are more
agree.
employees, more than triple, even 10 times than others. Those are the things we want to hear.
Okay, thank you. First, I will use affirmative action into ensuring counties which have been marginalized in terms of the people who are engaged into the public service in that ward are given opportunities and have the relevant requisite skills and qualifications to take up that job. Honorable Jackson Balu, I would also like you to understand that as much as we want these jobs, we should also consider qualifications, meeting qualifications first. As much as we want to consider counties, or rather, wards which have been marginalized. And affirmative action can be used, but then we will also require these people to have the requisite qualifications to take up the job. Secondly, I will also apply the 2/3 gender rule in a way that it helps us to create more opportunities for women and other marginalized groups from these communities, from these wards where we feel that little opportunities have been offered to these wards.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is you get people who are qualified down there. Don't think they are in Kalahau we have graduates. In Kikumbulu South, North, we have graduates. But the number of those graduates being employed in Makueni County Public Service Board is less compared to other areas. So, in other words, we have so many employees from other corners, while there are some who have been marginalized by being in that position and they have nobody to even to stand to. I would wish the board to address that. You have not addressed that, because when you say, but because qualification is standard, you find talk of agriculture degree they have, diploma they have, but how will you now try to balance areas that have benefited a lot, the way it is said even the national level, more than others?
Okay. Thank you. I will still insist on taking affirmative action to ensure that those areas which are oppressed in terms of receiving opportunities for employment opportunities have allocation for these opportunities. I will also use something like the ward quota system, for instance, to ensure that a particular advertisement targets a particular ward localization. In this case, let's say we are recruiting opportunities where we are targeting to recruit personnel for a factory, like a dairy farm in Katonzweni or a dairy farm in Boni, for instance. Is looking at how can we promote the local people around in such cases where a factory or an industry or an institution is in the local area. Establish a certain percentage. For example, we can say 30% of the employees in the dairy farm in Mboni will come from the local community. And maybe 60% now can be fetched from all over the county.
So how will you handle those who do not have dairy farms and they are from those local remote areas? You don't see that you're not addressing it because
Yes.
you are benefiting those who have managed to have those factories around. But we have areas that are marginalized. Far, they don't have those things. The board must, eventually, I'm sure you'll come to that. Eventually, let me go to another question. The other question is, what unique qualification or character that led to your nomination to be a member of this board that surpassed the others? You had other competitors. What specific unique character or qualification that you had which competed against the others?
Thank you so much, Honorable Jackson Balu. This one very specific and unique qualification to me, which I can talk about, is my ability to oversee strategy, direction, my ability to collaborate and work with diverse teams.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, good afternoon, Josephine.
Good afternoon, Honorable Jackson.
Thank you. I will start with the qualifications because I've seen in the academics she had indicated she has a master's of arts in public policy and administration, but no certificate has been provided. You can help us with that because it's part of what we are discussing today. Two, I did not also get clearly on a bachelor's degree how it's helping the HR aspect. So if she could also clarify further on that, because it's not coming out clearly as Honorable Mbalo has also indicated. Number three, if you can also highlight some of the HR related achievements you achieved at the County Assembly of Makueni, because even when we speak, we want to know how you can bring that forward, how you can, we can relate that with whatever is available for the county public service board. Then county public service board also operates through committees. If you could highlight 3 of the committees, just 3, we don't want to exhaust that list, but you can give us 3 at least. On the same, because Honorable Mbalo is touching on that. I come from a marginalized ward. When you do simple work, the county has a public service HR size of 3,800 or thereabouts. If you divide that amongst 30 wards, we are supposed to be having like 130 Kikumbulu South people who are working for the county of Makueni. But when you practically go to the ground, you will get not even 20 will be coming from Kikumbulu South. Those are things you also need to tell. And in your responses, I expect you to, because you will not work alone, you collectively work with other board members, including the chairperson and the CEO. I expect you to also show us how you because yesterday the pastor who taught us in AIC Kaleni is the administrative secretary for our church, AIC church in Makueni County. He talked about connections, how you will be connected to the right people so that your things can change. How you will use the board, because board is not about one person, it's about a diversification of many professionals. That's why when we talk about your relation in terms of what you've been trained and what you'll be doing, we are not saying you must be an HR person, but we need to see the aspect of HR practice and professionalism coming out very clearly. So how will you balance within the 30 words? Bearing in mind, there is no law which discriminates against even those wards which are overrepresented. Two, you will also need to note that you will not recruit without budgets. So a lot of people will come with a lot of motivation and expectation. Then they find that these budgets are not existent. Unless natural attrition or such happen, sometimes you are not able to recruit. But how will you balance that? It also scripted something to the same aspect, but I think you touched on the agenda of the governance, CIDP. You touched on that, but I saw members could not relate sometimes with the governor's agenda, because you talked about going to the ground, governor speaking to the communities. It did not come out very clearly on public service board, roles and mandates. If you can relate that, and you also tell us how you have been able to study, because I'm a student of something, you need to learn before you go there, so that you can be able to even set the pace. If you can tell us something about the CIDP, how it will relate with the governor's agenda for 2022-2027, and how the board will assist the governor. Still speaking to the independence, when you are talking about the independence of the County Public Service Board, it's not also coming out very clear, because independence may mean otherwise. Because sometimes we may be employed to be independent, but independent means we are interdependent. We need to learn something from the assembly, from the county executive, from the governor's office, like that. You can also speak to those facts. Maybe Speaker, I can stop at that. I didn't want to, because I wanted to also declare she comes from Kibwezi West, and you know, I'm the person also to defend people from Kibwezi West. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
For purposes of records, you are a member of Kikumbuli Zone. And the unit of representation in the County Assembly of Makueni is a ward for purposes of this exercise. And therefore, and the
Thank
subsequent.
You. I come here as the leader of minority.
Thank you. Yes. Not
Kikumbuli South.
Not Kibwezi West.
Yes.
You were elected as a member of Kikumbuli South first to qualify to be a leader of minority.
But my
minority
qualification
is
here.
Privileged, and Kikumbuli North is superior.
I want to agree with you, but that is the fact.
Fair enough. Questions? Answers?
Thank you, Honorable J. Kalunda, for these questions. I would like to take them on in the order which you listed. On the first question was regarding my master's degree, and I would like to say that my master's degree is ongoing, and if I can mention, is that I am done with classwork and also the research work. My research work is already published, I provided the journal in which my research work is published. It was just an hitch towards the graduation that I could not make it into the graduation list for December, and therefore I did not graduate. I hopefully looking forward to graduating during the July ceremony. As regards my undergraduate degree in education, special needs education, I remember during that time when I was graduating, one of the very popular slogan from the learned friends was that during the graduation is that we have been conferred with the power to now read. The first degree is actually a door opener to what life can offer, and education is one of them. And it opens, actually a degree opens the learner's mind to understand the issues around them, around their community, their people, their country, and the world, and identify where they fit in to help in addressing these issues. And I have created a niche for myself professionally through gained and experience. Yes, I agree that I do not have a certificate which relates to HR, but I believe there are many other functions in the board which I have adequate skills and qualifications in, and I come in handy to work together with the team to achieve the functions of the board in this position. You also asked me about HR-related achievements at Makueni when I served as a member of the County Assembly Service Board. I would like to mention some of those which I had mentioned earlier. And I had mentioned that I oversaw the process of developing and officiating the County Assembly Strategic Plan. A strategic plan which offered a direction, a 5-year direction of the business of the county. Secondly, I also worked to enhance the welfare of honorable members and staff by putting in place guidelines and procedures to establish and run a staff cafeteria. If you can remember, Honorable Kalunda, because you were there in your first term then, this has come in handy to help members are there to being in for assembly proceedings on time, and many others, avoiding disruptions and many other things. I was part of the team which ensured that staff regularization has been achieved in the assembly. Staff regularization, and you know, this had delayed, was long overdue, and was getting to a point of demoralizing the staff of the assembly. But from this, staff felt appreciated, acknowledged for their work, and yeah, it boosted the morale of the public service of the assembly. Yeah, so those are some of the things I would mention as achievements during my tenure as a member of the county service board. You also asked me about committees.
Before you continue,
Yes.
Speaker.
Honorable, you speak through the chair.
Yes, I was saying the speaker now. Chair. Thank you very much. You see, I was speaking to the facts. Like when you look at a term during a stay in this assembly, we saw employments going to a specific sub-county like Makueni sub-county. Those are the things we're asking. We saw employments going to sub-county of Makueni. Maybe because of many factors. But I'm asking the same question now. You will be representing Kibwezi West. If you find a chairperson who comes from Kibwezi East trying to bring as many people into Kibwezi West East, will you be timid and allow him to run the show? That is the question Honorable Mbalo is also asking you, because we've seen with the previous experience that many officers in this assembly were employed from a specific sub-county. And the sub-county of Kibwezi West, Kibwezi East, other places, they had no show. So that should be your question. That is the question I'm asking. It's not about motivation of the staff. It's not about how we gave the cafeteria or strategic plan, but how you will balance. And we've seen how members of staff were coming from a simple sub-county. Out of the 6 sub-counties, one of the sub-county was getting 99% of the share. So please respond to that, because that's an aspect of when you are representing, because when I'm representing the people of Kikomboli, I speak matters to do with Kikomboli. Mbalu, you've had Honorable Mbalu also pushing matters to do with Kikomboli, because he has a direct mandate to the people to tell them that I will be speaking on your behalf. Now that you saw how Governor Mutula distributed these positions, Kibwezi East, Kibwezi West, Mboa, Kilome, like that, we could not see a repetition of a candidate coming from the same sub-county, because we have 7 members of board, including the CEO, and each of them come from a sub-county. So to sort that matter, it is for you to speak to these facts that you are representing a big population of Kibwezi West, not people from Ngumu, but people of Kibwezi West. But to also show us that you are able to represent people of Kibwezi West, and more so people from the road, highway. We want to associate that with your previous experience with the county assembly service board, where you reneged those positions, you reneged those aspirations of the people of the road, and you could not, your voice was not heard speaking about the people of Kibwezi. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Just before you answer, Honorable Kalunda, in line with the provisions of law and the Constitution, the diversity of appointments of the nominee to the County Public Service Board is not to take over the role of representatives of the people. Members of the Public Service Board have no role in representing the people, have a role in representing the functions. So it is fair that that is very clear. So if a member of board has been approved before, the ones that we approved, it would be wrong for them to constitute themselves as representatives of the interests of the area they come from. And that is why in that board you will find there are women and men. That is not to mean that they applicate the responsibility of the gender parity. There is need for a youth. That is not to youth, that a youth nominated from a certain sub-county who focus on youth from that sub-county and neglect the rest. And therefore, the chairperson that may not, under the law and the provisions that they are only under, hold on, they are only express mandate and responsibilities of members of public and state office and provided for. Therefore, the candidate may have no role in representing and protecting interests of a village, ward, or sub-county. In this case, too, you have stated that there are facts. It would have been proper if you ask the candidate to make an explanation. For example, you asked her, provide your master's certificate, because it's provided and is a master designated. It would have been preferred also you ask her to answer questions related to the figures and facts, and then you provide them. When you ask a broad and open statement that 20 ladies were employed from area X, then that becomes a question and is open-ended. It would be fair to the candidate, because this is not a court of law, to provide the information and ask her why this happened. But when you say you know and we know,
Thank
it
you.
is not within us.
Thank you.
So that then we follow the basic principles and then procedures.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You see, Honorable Speaker, we have a candidate before us, and we ask questions which we feel they need to be responded to. This is a public institution, and we must represent without being coerced or something. That's why if we can allow the candidate to respond to these issues, because these issues are coming out all the time. So, and to be prudent, if we allow the candidate to respond,
yes,
then when she reports, because we will have a debate with you as a committee on deliberations when we are doing the report writing. But it's good if we allow the candidate. You know, sometimes we are not telling the candidate.
We can't debate about the law. We did not invite representatives of the people in this house.
Thank you, I know that. That's why I'm asking.
Therefore, so that we save time, we can't ask a candidate to play a role of representation of the area they come from. And therefore that question would be the right answer to you, but that candidate will lose.
Thank you.
I mean, you know,
it's not part of what will constitute our reporting, but that's why the governor did not nominate people from Mombasa and Kisumu, for the diversity of the county.
That is the interpretation.
It is in the law. Also,
allow me to guide this.
A committee of this assembly.
Honorable Galunda. Order. A court of law, yes. You appear with evidence.
Thank you very much.
Let me further guide you. If you go to a court, as it is this committee, you appear with the document, evidence, and facts. You don't allege. And in court, you are told, he who alleges must substantiate. I have a duty and responsibility not to allow a candidate to be an MCA, or an MP, or a governor or a senator. We were not presented with a candidate to represent people for oversight and advancing the welfare of people of the area they come from. And therefore that question will be the wrong question for the right candidate.
Let's make progress. Let's make progress.
The other one, you are able to provide her with the figures for clarification. You said 99% of the employees, you are able to provide for clarification.
Thank you. Allow me to continue with whatever I had asked earlier, but that's it. Allow her to continue with the questions I had put across for her in the earlier version. I don't need to, I mentioned it.
Okay.
And you know, the public has to know these things. Yes.
Honorable Galunda, we are not just here as a walking. It's a privilege given, and you must relate evidence and facts to the nominees. They are not prisoners.
No, I have no problem with the
Proceed, Honorable Galunda. Proceed, nominee, and answer to the questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable James Kalunga. I would like to go to the question of committees, and I would like to mention that the County Public Service Board is at the discretion of establishing committees as it may deem necessary to help in its mandate and function. And some of the committees which this board can establish include strategy committee to drive strategic direction on human resource planning and management. The second committee, which could be established, is a compliance committee. As we all know that the County Public Service Board has a mandate to ensure compliance on a number of issues on staff. So a compliance committee would be very necessary to ensure compliance, to ensure this compliance is filed on time to avoid late compliance and other things. Then we also have a human resource management committee, which could deal with things like staff training and development planning, performance appraisal, disciplinary action, and such like things. Going on to the next question you had asked me, Honorable Jades Kalunda, is on the agenda. How I will link the CIDP priorities. How I will link is it the governance? How the board will assist in achieving the CIDP. And I would say that the governor, the board, I would say that the board is actually an enabler to the functions of the county government. Being an enabler in this sense, for the county government to achieve the priorities which it has set in the CIDP and into annual development plans, into the budget, it requires human resource to achieve this. And the county public service board is the one tasked with the human resource function, overseeing strategic direction, policy, governance of the public service. So in that case, then, I would say that one of the key things which I will ensure is to ensure that there is alignment of the public service to the priorities which have been set in the county integrated development plans. In this sense, ensuring that the priorities are well supported by staff who have the skills and expertise to deliver on what is required, be it in the area of health, be it in the area of agriculture, be it in the area of roads and any other department which is under the mandate of the county government. Then the other thing I will do is ensure that performance management of the staff is aligned to look at how far or what are we doing to advance the achievement of the priorities set by each department. For instance, if it is the Department of Health, is looking at when performance management is conducted, it is based on these achievements which have been set out in the CIDP and what the relevant public officers have been able to achieve under that department. Then the other thing I would also ensure is ensuring that there is frequent feedback mechanism to help in getting feedback from the citizens, and also getting on service delivery, and also getting feedback from the staff in terms of where do staff require more support in order to deliver. Is it in forms of training? Do they require training? Do they require upskilling? Do they require reskilling in order to be able to have the right skills to deliver on the priorities which have been set up by the department? So those are some of the things I would put in place. Thank you.
Honorable Kisungi Wakatete.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, most of the questions have been answered, and I think I'll just have one or two questions for the nominee. One, let me applaud you for work well done in the County Assembly Public Board.
Thank you.
Sorry, in the County Assembly Service Board. I think you mentioned the strategic plan, the staff legalization, welfare of members, and all the other things you performed in that board. And I think we can see some of the fruits from that particular board, 2017-2022. My two questions. One, there has been issues with the county wage bill, and we know most of the staff we have, and this should be go to the records. Most of the staff we have are just working jobs which are duplicating each other, and probably others are idle. Probably some work can be handled by one person, but they are being handled by two people, and we know the wage bill is going high vis-a-vis the development budget. So how will you handle that, considering that you also need to balance the staff? And over and above that, we may probably need to have an organogram for the county, for every department, so that we may know the staff needs and things like that. So probably you should tell us what you'll do about that. The second question is about our hospitals. We've seen problems in our hospitals, especially on employment of experts. For example, it's a pity that we don't have a radiologist in the whole county. And I'm not sure if it's the whole county, but I know our level 5 hospital doesn't have a radiologist, and we can only acquire one through consultancy. And we have an opportunity of employing a radiologist in our level 5 hospital. So, in your opinion, consultancy and permanent employment for our experts in the hospital sector, in the health sector, what's your take on that? Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Kisungi Wakatete, for that question. I will start with the wage bill of Makueni, of the county government of Makueni. Many things lead into the increased wage bill, and one of it would be non-compliance to the guidelines which have been provided in the County Governments Act and Finance Management Act on on how to manage development versus recurrent expenditure. And the county, how will I support the county government in managing the increased wage bill? One of the things which I will put forward to help with the increased wage bill is removal of non-productive human resource activities like foreign trips and workshops which do not have a direct impact into the set out priorities in the CIDP. Secondly, I will also ensure that the county, I will put suggestions, or rather ensure that the human resource function supports the county to increase on-source revenue generation. In this manner, I will support in ensuring that probably there is digitization of processes. There is support on HR to ensure that the county is able to enhance how much is able to generate income from within the county. The other thing would also be carrying out staff audit for the public service to establish their responsibilities vis-a-vis the priorities in the CIDP and further down into the departments in which they work. And this will help us in identifying where we have overstaffing and where we have understaffing, and probably establish a mechanism of upskilling, reskilling to facilitate movement of staff to departments where they are deemed more productive and where there are shortages to enhance the performance on achievement of the set priorities. You also asked about hospitals whereby there are lacking experts. For instance, you have given an example of a radiologist at level 5 here in Makueni, which is a critical service missing at the health facility. And you have asked what is my take on consultancy versus permanent employment for such and other specialists. I would say that specialist personnel is very critical to the full operational functioning of any institution or any institution where service delivery is offered, like an hospital. And ideally, these specialists are scarce. And in most cases, you find that they are not adequate for the various hospitals to have a radiologist. or even sometimes you find that it is even difficult for one county to have a designated specialist. So for this case, for my case, I would establish, or rather using the networks available through the Health Workers Union, to establish how many registered radiologists professionals do we have in the union, and where are they working at the moment, and find out, is there an opportunity to package an opportunity to attract them to apply to work for Makueni County. And then secondly, I will also establish and hear from them what kind of engagement would work for them best. Because again, as I said, remember I said I am looking at making the county public service board people-centered, or people first. And one of the things is to look at what working arrangement would work for them best, and also look at what is the need for Makueni in terms of that skill which is needed. Probably you will find that this particular expert will prefer a consultancy working arrangement where they are available on this number of days for Makueni dedicated, and then Makueni now can schedule their workload and planning to accommodate this availability, so that we are able to serve the people of Makueni. Again, we could also look for 2 or 3 of these expertise. One is available, if one is available Monday to Wednesday, for instance, the other one comes in on Thursday and Friday, and so forth. And if people of Makueni, as far as radiologists, for example, is concerned, not through permanent engagement, but through consulting, having is less as compared to those of someone who is engaged on a permanent and pensionable terms. That's how I would take that question, Honorable Kisungi Wakatete. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm well answered. I think probably in that particular matter, because there might be some other factors within the administration which is frustrating our experts. If you take this job, will you do full time?
On my case.
Yes, okay. If you take now the job you are doing, you are for, will it be part time? Will you work part time or full time?
I am available.
One of the roles of the board is to prepare reports and submit to the county assembly.
Yes, dear.
When you submit to the county assembly, it is not in the board, public service board will not, for consideration, approval, or comments. Therefore, do you agree that the board is answerable to the, and that the board should execute oversight to the county public service board?
Yes, I agree. Like now, this process, the county assembly is taking that role.
Will you not change so that in future, if a member of a county assembly puts a question on a contact of or a resolution of the county public service board or on a report, will you not take it that the county assembly is fighting the government? The county assembly is the county assembly is fighting the county public service board which is independent.
No, I am open to receiving I believe it is from that I have create all avenues for innovation and enhancing how effective the board is. Like I have taken note of the issue on bridging the gap between those counties which have less people in the public service. And it is something I will examine at depth to understand it and
Very well, I needed that question asked. My earlier question is because there are instances where more than 15 people in this term have passed through that desk. Very soft spoken, very humble as you are, give commitments of timelines, and even in the previous assembly where some of these members vetted them. And when they join the government and you put a question on their performance, including invitation to the own assembly, or questions are asked in their dockets, they pass the baton that the assembly is fighting the government. So I wonder, where was the assembly to be vetted? So the governor was voted by the citizens. The public service board will be vetted by this own assembly. And after this, when on personal commitment, doing or misdoing. So I just wanted to hear whether you understand that aspect, so
Yes,
that
I
you, for whatever reason, get or not get this opportunity, then you know that you're personally and as a board responsible for your actions or inactions.
yes.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yes.
Chair.
Leader of the minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I had asked about diversity and also the frustrations, because you will go there and you will find people who are diverse in their ideas, in their experience, in their profession. How will you navigate? How will you Speaker?
Proceed.
I'm addressing the Speaker,
Yes.
the candidate through the Speaker, and when the
Thank you.
clerk,
Thank you.
the diversification aspect you did not, because there are many frustrations when you go there. You will find many board members, and there is a CEO, and there is a chairman, and then they are from different backgrounds. Sometimes some of them are straight, others who take corners. Sometimes there is a lot of frustration in terms of resource mobilization. And I also keenly listened while you said that you will provide not just the local or even Kenyan internship and apprentice opportunities. You said you will go even international. I also wanted to get to understand what that is, with the frustrations and how you will be able to navigate through those issues, and maintaining the focus that the service board must be effective in executing their mandate. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Jakes Kalunda. I will start with the first question. And the first question is looking at how I will conduct myself in the board to ensure that I am not under by board members who sabotage. I would summarize that to that, if that is correct. Yes. So this role is, I understand it is guided by laws, legislation available that guide the actions, decision making of the board. And by so doing, we are all bound by the laws which govern. And even when you look at the chapter 6 of the Constitution, it binds us as public and state officers to carry ourselves in a manner that respects and gives hope into it, that we subscribe to we subscribe to offer our and provided within the law, which we can use provided within the law, which we can use to resolve such issues should they arise, and be able to proceed with the mandate which
to manage state officers, public officers like that. I have heard about the conflict resolution mechanisms. That's fine, but you will find very frustrating people. People who have gone to school with good papers, with good experience, but they want to take shortcuts. I told you there are shortcuts. You want to do well, but there are other people who are who would also want to do well, but not well in terms of what's. How will you navigate? That's what I'm asking you. Yes, the laws are there. How will you do it? Because you will find there are people who are not. You are not going the same direction. There are others who want to stop you. There are others who want to fight you. How will you do it?
The honorable member is asking you, in an organization, board or committee, you may find yourself alone or in the minority. Remember, he's the leader of the minority party. So
Yes.
many times they suffer that. And that numbers are not on your side, but you believe that your position is right. Or two, in instances where majority of members are not of your opinion that you feel is the right opinion, and that they are not of the right opinion in line with the constitution and the law, how will you manage that?
Thank you, Honorable James Kalunda. Thank you, Chair, for clarification. In a board where you find that there are conflicting decisions, I think the majority wins, but it is always important to register why I am objecting an opinion with reasons, so that it is recorded as I allow the majority decision to take precedence.
Take for example, you want to hold a meeting, then that meeting is not forthcoming. Sometimes even when you meet, the agenda item is not placed there. You know, you've not even voted for these agendas, for example. Mm-hmm. Those are the things I'm preparing. I'm not saying that is the ideal situation, but it will be the real situation. And I'm just preparing you because at least before you are dealing with 5 board members, now you will deal with 7 board members who have their specific duty just like that. So those are the things you will prepare yourself to find in future, because you want to say you want to register. Sometimes we don't register. Even here, when we do not agree, we don't register that we did not agree. We only say the opinion was like this. If it doesn't pull everybody on our side, we agree, we'll just drop that. So those are the things I want you to, because I know you will find them. Immediately you get into this board. But the mandate should be very clear. The focus should be very clear. And that's what I want to challenge you, if we give you the opportunity. But the feeling of the membership, I understand so far, it is not that bad. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable James Kalunda. And yes, I am persuaded to think that you have been a lecturer before, and maybe a public policy course unit. You are pushing me to the limits I used to face in my classes there.
No,
but it's a good challenge.
I am an IT person.
Appreciate.
I don't teach policy. I teach IT only.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you.
Honorable Kalunda.
Thank you very much.
A lecturer is
It was off the mic.
Please. A lecturer is a lecturer. They also give talks on things they have not studied in terms of the core content, but they study outside the world. So take compliment positively. Mwalimu. Let us
Thank you very much, Speaker. And our candidates.
Thank you.
Very well. There being no other question, that marks the end of this conversation between you, Josephine and ourselves. And Honorable Mutidi, you have a question?
I had a comment.
Please make your comment.
I see she has a special place in her heart for the PWDs, and I want to urge her to have a very keen eye regarding their recruitment. There has been a big outcry and petitions and all that, so we hope you're going to come in handy and try to bridge that gap. Thank you very much. If you happen to be approved, kindly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mutins. It's a passion I have, and yes, if I happen to, and even if not, I can spearhead it in other forums of interest to Makueni County. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That marks the end of this vetting process between yourself, Josephine, and ourselves, this committee of the County Assembly. And that's all. We will now allow you to make a remark, if any, or make a comment or ask a question. Whatever you say may not be and will not be used for or against this interview. You have no value in terms of your marks, unless it's something that will be out of order, that may declare your contact otherwise. But you're open to say something.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I would like to appreciate this committee on appointments for giving this opportunity to me once again. My other very humble request would be, because I have a huge following of persons with disability, persons with hearing impairment being one of them, I would request if this and maybe future proceedings have captioned or they have sign language interpreters available, so that the information which is for the public as this is accessible and available to all the citizens. And there is no discrimination. Thank you, Chair and the committee.
Thank you. We take note of that observation, and I think the clerk, you have learned. We also learn from you as well. It's a constitutional requirement for that matter, and therefore, if members who have already visited the document, I think the Sergeant at Arms will show you away on the corridors. Meanwhile, you will leave that document, the file with the original document, with us for the next 5 minutes for examination by members. Thank you. You are released. You move. You move. Good afternoon, Mutheu.
Good afternoon.
Mutheu Deborah Chalo.
Yes, sir.
Is that the right order?
Yes,
Or is Chalo Deborah Mutheu?
Yes, Deborah Mutheu Chalo.
Okay.
Yes.
Very well. But Mutheu came first before Deborah.
Yes.
Okay. I will prefer that one.
Thank you.
So, welcome to the County Assembly of Makueni. We are here on a vetting exercise.
Yes, sir.
You are aware that you applied for a position, appeared before a selection panel, a panel that was approved by this County Assembly, and then you emerged one of the candidates that was nominated by His Excellency the Governor for consideration, vetting for suitability for the office of a member of the Public Service Board of Makueni County Government. So that's it. I don't want to go to the details because you have the details and you know that process. So you are here for vetting in line with the provisions of Act of 2017 in the county assemblies. And I know you have waited longer.
Yes.
It's not longer. Part of waiting. So the camera was also trying to check your mood, temperament. So we have already scored. So we saw you. So you're part of it because we presume you dedicated this day for this job because it is you have expressed interest to work for the public. Now, this is how we will proceed. We will take a round of introduction. We will introduce ourselves first. And then after that, I will give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. But before you introduce yourself, you take administration of oath or affirmation, whichever is applicable to you. Then we'll make progress with some questions and comments and have a conversation in the next 1 hour also.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, clerk, you proceed to administer oath or affirmation.
I, Deborah Mutheu Chalo, having been nominated for appointment to serve as a member, County Public Service Board, do swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee on appointments shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay, we'll talk off with the introductions. My name is Douglas Bilu. I'm the chairperson of the Committee on Appointments.
My name is Engineer Gesundu Wakatete, a member of County Assembly from Kitungo Kitundu, Majority Leader, and a member of this committee.
Thank you, Jets Kalunda, member for Kikumbodo South and also the leader of minority.
I'm Elizabeth Mutindikio, a member of this committee and a nominated member. Thank you.
Jackson Mbalo, representing Kumbuli North Ward and chair of this committee.
Esther Musau, Director Legislative Services.
George Mutuku, a research officer.
Janet Agui from the Legal Department.
So, Mutheu, we'll ask you to introduce yourself. One of the person of Mutheu from birth, where you're born, where you come from, and also comes around the person. Yes. Marital status, you should tell us how many children you have, that's up to you. Then after that, you also give us your introduction on your academic progression from the lowest attained to the highest. And thirdly, you will share with us your working experience in that order. May you proceed?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. I'm going to proceed to introduce myself as guided by Honorable Speaker. My name is Miss Deborah Mutheu Chalo. My peers call me DM Chalo. I'm a daughter of Makueni County. I'm born and bred here in Kiteta Kisa Ward. I'm on my marital status. I'm married to one man, 5 years now, and I have 2 children, with the youngest being 10 months. And I believe that will be on the person of who Ms. Deborah Mutebuchalo is. Then I'm going to proceed to my academic background. Having said that I'm a daughter of Makueni, I went to school in Makueni County from my primary school, a school called Usalala Primary School. It is a school that is in Waiyakako because at the border, Waiyakako and Kisau, Kiteta is bordered by a town called Mbumbuni. So I lived in the area of Mbumbuni and I went to school in Usalala because it was the best school. And in fact, I was one of the best students in that year, which is 2005, in the entire zone. So I finished my class 8 in 2005. I proceeded to high school in Modegeni Girls High School, where I finished in the year 2009. And after that, I went to the University of Nairobi. I joined in the September of 2010, where I pursued a Bachelor of Laws. I graduated in the year 2015 with a second class upper division. I was an excellent, outstanding student, and I was actually awarded a scholarship for Masters, which is called the Dean's List Masters Scholarship Award, fully paid by the University of Nairobi in the year 2016. Therefore, I joined my master's program, which my specialization is Master of Laws in Public Finance and Law of Financial Institutions. That program is still ongoing, and what is pending is my thesis. I believe that will be all for my academic background. I will proceed to my awards that I got during my academic years. I was able to get 4 awards, and I will start with the Master's Program Award, fully paid by the University of Nairobi, by being in the Dean's Lists. I also got an award by the IKM Prize for being the best student in company law and intellectual law. That is the second one. Yes, sir.
You are assuming that this exercise is limited to these people. There are ordinary people who are following from Bumbune market. They do not know what IKM is.
Okay.
So it's proper that you avoid abbreviations, and where applicable, you are ready to pronounce it. Okay?
Thank you.
Proceed.
Yes, I will go to the second award. IKM means Iseme Kama and Maema Advocates Award or Prize. I was given that in 2018 April for outstanding academic excellence in the units of company law, intellectual law, and law of business associations. And the third award that I got is an award by the foundation called the PLO Lumumba Foundation, which I also got in 2018 for my outstanding academic performance in the University of Nairobi. And fourth, I also got the last award called Lepeli Award, issued by a law firm called HHM, or Harrison, Matthews and Hamilton Advocates, which I got in the year 2016. So those are my awards. I will now proceed to my work experience. I would like to start my work experience from my internship. Because when I was in the University of Nairobi, I first worked as an intern in a government institution called NALEP. NALEP is an institution under the Office of the Attorney General. It is called National Legal Aid and Awareness Program. It normally gives legal advice to the members, to the law members of the society. I worked there as an intern for 3 months. I was very young in my education, but I was able to get basic skills of interviewing client care and understanding of how to really handle clients from my second year. From there, on my third year, I proceeded to do an internship at a firm called Mwamu and Company Advocates, which is in Kisumu County, where I was so able to be trained on the issues of client care, client interview, research skills, analytical skills, among other things that are important to a lawyer. From there, I went for my pupillage. I did not work again in a setting of law firm. I went for my pupillage in a firm called Wanyaga and Jaramba Advocates, where I did my pupillage from 2017, January to 2017 January to June of 2017, and I continued to hold over up to December of 2017. Later on, I will take you back to my academic. I've forgotten. I also went to the Kenya School of Law. There's a certificate, it's a second certificate on my papers. I pursued a postgraduate diploma in which I graduated with 9 passes with no receipts. Therefore, after my pupillage, I'll go back. After my pupillage, I was admitted to the bar on the 2nd of February 2018. And in fact, today is my 8th bar anniversary. I was admitted to the bar on that day, and since then I've been practicing as an advocate. It is important to note that there are no complaints against me as an advocate. I have a clean bill of professional ethics, which I have attached to my documents, which is called a certificate of good standing from the Law Society of Kenya. After my pupillage, I continued to work in the same firm of Wanyaga and Jaramba Advocates as an associate advocate until that was from January of 2018 to June of 2019. I was I carried out duties of basic duties of a legal advocate. Basically, I was in charge of litigation. I was able to attend courts, tribunals, give client advisories, supervise pupils and interns during that period. At least I was taking care of about 100 clients in a year, being a freshly admitted advocate. From there, I proceeded to go to a different firm, which is called KMK Law LLP. It's still a firm in Nairobi, where I worked as a pupil. I worked as a senior associate advocate. I was the lead in litigation, and I was also supervising young junior associates, pupils, and interns in the same firm. I was able to own my legal skills, and I finally proceeded to open a law firm or start up a law firm, which I work in up to date. So that was in January of 2021. I established a firm known as DM Chalo and Associates Advocates. That firm has been able to grow, and now it has 3 branches. It started in Nairobi. It came in 2021. We did a branch in Makweni town in 2022, December, and we did another branch in 2023 in Tawa town, which is also in Makweni County. That firm, as of today, it has a staff of about 10 people, including associates, administrative assistants, and clerks who assist in the work there. In that firm, I am the team leader, I am the vision bearer, and I manage that firm. In terms of operations, I only take up litigation work. There are other people who take up other works in that firm. And that is where I work up to date. I believe that will be all about my academic and work history.
Okay.
And just to add, I have attached all my certificates there, all the originals that I had also attached to my application for your Peruso.
Yes. Very well, you are done with the introduction?
Yes, sir.
Yes, now we'll get to the next session of questions. My first question to you would be, you have indicated that you've set up a law firm.
Yes, sir.
You've narrated your growth all the way from Mausala, being the best student. And you're out there establishing your own farm.
Yes, sir.
Kisumu, Mahema. I know that's a serious farm for it to recognize you. For the University of Nairobi to get your scholarship, you must have convinced not just the lecturers, but the faculty to get that scholarship because they are very limited. So you said you're soaring to establish an institution and employ others. But then all of a sudden, according to me, you again want to be a subject in an institution to be an employee. Therefore, limiting your ability in a space which is populated with everybody. I mean, why would you want to quit your practice or so much time that you have invested? A lot of. Just to ask, how old are you?
I am 34 years old.
34 years old. Your records in 8 years. So for 4 years you want to lose your dream, according to me. Because you've narrated, and I can see when the Mutiti is smiling, after 4 years you're able to put up that. Then you want to quit and come and sit in a boat, deliberate, help people make decisions, and drop what you have been working with all the way from Musalala. Is that useful? Or how useful is it going to be? How important is it to you to work in the county government as opposed to working on your law firm and practicing out there?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm going to respond to that question as follows. As I said, I'm a daughter of Makueni County. I have done a lot of work to help other people who do not come from this county. One, I have also done extensive work that has benefited persons of this county. And one of the things that I would like to say is that yes. One of the things that I would like to say is that our farm has done a lot of work that is pro bono for people of this county. For instance, we do pro bono works at Tower Law Courts, where we represent children that are in conflict with the law. We also represent adults who have been accused of capital offenses. That is one. So this is an extension of the help that have been given to the people of Makueni. One. Number two, I have 2 offices in Makueni. So that shows I have a lot of interest in my county. I've worked in Nairobi for many years, but at some point I had an interest in my home county, which is Makueni. That is why I set up the 2 offices here. And from then I have been doing works that are benefiting the people of Makueni. Of course, not the entire citizenship of Makueni, but the few that I could reach in my own small capacity, they have actually benefited. I also serve as a BOM member in a school called Ndoluko Secondary School, and by doing that, I do provide my services, which are almost as pro bono. I know you are aware that they only give transport. I have provided those services for this is the second term from the year 2022. And finally, I have said the farm deals with employment and labor laws issues or other disputes. And out of the experience that I've gained, I would now want, or I would wish, to transition to the county so as to get an opportunity to use my skills and expertise to help the people of Makueni by serving in this board, the CPSB board. And I believe that my skills, experience, the love for my people, that is what has driven me to come here. And finally, that farm has staff. I've said it has at least 10 people, and those people are also able to carry out the duties that are in that farm. Yes, Honorable Chair, before you proceed, I would like to address an issue of interest with your kind permission.
Sorry?
I would like to address an issue of interest with your kind permission, given that I finished.
Interest pertaining to
myself.
To yourself?
Yes.
What is it? Proceed.
Yes, thank you. I would like to inform the Honorable Committee that there is a former potential conflict of interest with myself, spanning from the year 2025 in August. In the month of August 2025, I received a client who is an employee of this county with a complaint, and he intended to sue the county government of Makueni as well as the CPSB. And I took up the matter, which I filed in Machakos Law Courts. It is an employment petition. It's an employment petition. You would allow me not to disclose the name of the client, or however, it is still a public information. I took up the matter. I filed in Machakos Law Courts because it has an employment court. There is no employment court in the high court status in Makueni. So I filed that matter. I was able to handle that matter from the month of August until around November. And when I applied for this job, I learned now that there is going to be a conflict of interest. And I informed the client, and the client took back his file. There we have the processes that are laid down on how to relinquish instructions from a client. The client took back his file, and he was able to appoint another advocate. I explained to him that there would be potential conflict of interest. And I learned that the new law firm that he appointed was able to come on record on the 13th of January 2026. 13th of January 2026. And I would also like to confirm that there is the new advocate filed a notice of change of advocates, and that I am no longer acting in that matter. And the last time I acted in that matter was November, before the advertisement was out. And that information is in the court record, and it is also with the county attorney, because the county attorney is defending the county as well as the county public service board. I have the documentation here. In case the Honorable Speaker wants the documentation, I have it here to show that.
Okay, we would have brought that matter at the tail end.
Yes.
But since you have introduced it, honorable members, I will suggest that we dispense it now. You very well know that the county assembly placed on dailies and copies on social media requesting any member of public who has information for or against the nominees proposed or nominated for the position of the County Public Service Board to present that information to the County Assembly, and such information must be allowed. We've since received a petition, not an oath, against you from an email address called valuegenic@gmail.com. No further details were provided. And what you are stating is not very different from this petition. But much as it is not on oath, it doesn't disqualify us from clearing this matter because a matter of public concern. And you are applying to hold a public position. And the memorandum reads as follows. This is a memorandum on the shortlisted candidate, Deborah Chalo for the position of Makoni County Public Service Board. A copy of the advert that was placed on a newspaper is attached. And it reads, Jumbo Clerk, please refer to the matter above. Would like to bring to your attention about Deborah Mutheu Chalo, listed as a member 2 above. Deborah Chalo is a lawyer. Information in the public domain shows that she is actively involved in suing the county government of Makueni and County Public Service Board, other Machakos Labor Court, details well known to the shortlisted person. In this case, you, the county government, and the Public Service Board. 2. During the public hearings on Monday, 2nd of February 2006, please clarify as follows. So on this particular date of today, the petition is asking that we make clarifications of the following. I presume there's a copy for the client. I'm just reading this for our records. You need to obtain one. One is, did the candidate declare during interviews that she was in an active case against the County Public Service Board? 2, question mark, in keeping with Article 10 of the Constitution of Kenya, or national values and principles of governance, where transparency among other values are constitutional requirement. Question number 2 is, was the information on this suite Deborah Mutheu Chalo is currently leading as the lead wakili declared? I'm just reading verbatim as it is.
Yes, sir.
So if there is the grammar, please don't ask me. 3, can someone serve impartially in a board they are currently actively suing in a court of law? Number 4, Katiba, Article 75. 1 says, quote, state officers shall behave whether in public and private life, again, or in association with other persons in a manner that avoids A, any conflict between the personal interests and public official duties, B, compromising in public or official interest in favor of personal interests, unquote, is not having a suit against the county, into brackets, personal matter, not a contravention of the above constitutional requirements. Number 5, can someone who is litigating against the board, a body be eligible to serve the same body while a matter is actively ongoing and they have not recused themselves from the matter? 6, this is prejudicial to justice and, quote, running with the air and hunting with the owns, HOUNDS, end quote. Lastly, during the interviews, please bring us these matters to the attention of the officer, that is you, and the public, to set the record straight. I believe in your impartiality, that is the committee, in this matter, and are available to shed more light on this matter when requested. Asante. No signatory, no details. Matches with requested petitions with petitions on oath.
Yes.
That didn't get to us in that manner. However, we since sought to know whether that's a revelation of fact, whether you are on record on a matter between the Public Service Board and an officer in the county government of Makueni. And that officially has been confirmed indeed that you are the person on record in that case is one Deborah Mutheu Chalo,
The correction
law firm.
that was. Yeah.
That there is, or that there was.
There was.
It's semantics.
Yes, thank you.
So that's what we were told.
Yes.
And therefore, we deliberated as a committee and we felt it is important that at to time and talent will bring it up with you. And now that you have introduced the matter yourself, I think it's important that you address the clarifications and the issues of interest that you have raised with us, and in response to the issues raised by the same concerned citizens of Kenya.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I believe that you have my copy that I have supplied. Sorry, I would like to confirm whether you have this copy so that I can answer the questions.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. I will address the questions from number 1. Did the candidate declare during interviews that she has an active case against the board? Yeah, that is the question. Did I declare? Yes, I did. I declared that there was a matter in court that I had filed on behalf of a client against the CPSB and against Makueni County, and at that time I had already relinquished my acting on behalf of this client. My interview was on the 3rd of December 2025, and at that time I had already withdrawn from acting in that matter. Number 2, was the information on the suit Deborah Mugacharo is currently leading as a lead wakili? So the answer to this is I am not currently in that matter. I will now guide the Honorable Committee to my documents. I have only supplied 2 copies, and one for assisting me. The first page is a document that we call Notice of Change of Advocates. That without disclosing the details, it shows that there is a new firm, the firm that has signed the advocates for the petitioner. This was filed on the 13th of January 2026. It's dated 12th of January 2026. The reason these dates are not tallying with the interview is because once I have relinquished my rights to act for a client, I am not in control when the next documents are filed. So it was upon the firm here to file the documents sooner or later. So they did it on this date. Page 3, there's a receipt there from judiciary which shows that there was a payment of 100 shillings for that document, Notice of Change of Advocates. It is on dated January 13th, 2026. Page 4, there's an excerpt from the judiciary e-filing portal. It has the name of the firm that is acting. That firm is not my firm. Our firm is D.M. Chalo. There is a name of the firm on the left, top left, and it can show that we can start with number 5.
I don't think the firm is a private business.
Sorry?
I don't think the firm is reading the name of the firm.
Oh yeah, thank you. I just wanted your guidance. Yeah, it's a public business.
Yeah,
Yes.
therefore you, for purposes of a record, you just
Yes.
you may not read the name of the client
Yes,
because an officer, but the firm on record does not refer to an individual. It's a
exactly.
limited public company.
Thank you
Go
for
ahead.
your guidance. Yeah, the firm is Wakuthi Warui and Company Advocates. And from number 5 is when the matter was filed. Number 5 is registration of the case, 25th of September 2025. The next one is a mention, which was on 7th of November. That is the only mention that I attended in this case. And this was way before the advertisement. From there, on 17th of December...
You're moving way fast.
Sorry, I'm on page 4. Honorable Speaker, page number 4. And I have tried to highlight...
Number 4, yes.
Yes, the one with the pink
Item
highlights.
number 1.
No, we start with item number 5. It starts down. Number
Okay.
5. Number 5 is registration of the case. It was registered on 25th of September 2025.
Which registration is this?
Filing. It's written
By-
registration stroke filing new case by myself. Yes.
Okay.
When the first time you file a case, that is what is entered.
Yes, the initial registration.
The initial.
Okay.
That was 23rd September 2025. The first mention was on 7th of November 2025 before Honorable Lady Justice Jemima Wanzakili. I attended that because I was still on record. I had not applied for this job. I'm telling the Honorable Committee that from 17th of December and the next one on 16th of January 2026, I did not attend. because I was not on record. I had already linked my rights acting for this client, and I do not know what happened on those dates. This is the only information I was able to get. The rest of the information can only be found on the court file, but not on the public portal, because this is a public portal. Yes, although some of the magistrates and judges indicate what happened, this one has not indicated. So we go with the dates only. Page number 5, it is a proof that indeed the firm of Wakuthi Warui and Company Advocate is on record. We start with the first item, Wakuthi Warui. I will explain. This is a record of all documents filed in this matter. It's written uploaded at the registry or registry uploaded documents. So the first document there, which is the latest, it's a document which has not been, the name doesn't appear here. I think it's because of the printing. It was filed on 15th January 2026. The next one by Wakuthi Warui and Company Advocates. The next document is 13th January 2026 by the same firm. The third one, the third, fourth, fifth, they were filed by DM Chalo and Associates Advocates, which is on the 6th of November 2025, 1st of October 25, and 23rd September 25. The last 3 are by Makueni County Government, which were filed on 11th November 2025, 29th October 2025, and 6th November 2025. That is the information that I was able to get from the system. And the last page just shows that there is it starts with the name of client filed by. It normally indicates the name of the client, not the firm. Registration or filing. The type of document was a notice of change of advocate with uploads, and the status is submitted. So that document was filed on that date. Yes.
On when?
The last page, that was on 20, sorry, it doesn't show the date, but that is the last document, which also appears.
There's a date.
It should be.
There's a date.
There is a date? Sorry?
28th of October.
No, that is a document by Makueni County. This is a different one. You see where we have that date of 2025 October 28th is different.
But my question.
Yes.
Correct? Yes,
Just read on the last one, which is number 1, filed by number 1.
Mataka.
Yes, the name of the client. That's the name of the client. Yes, and the first page, now which is the previous page, we have the name of the law firm that has filed. This is an excerpt of that law firm.
Okay.
Just
proceed. Honorable Governor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The floor is very correct. I wanted to see just the same way.
Just the same way we
The floor. That is, they were mentioned. There is a mention.
Can't you?
It's not coming.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have very simple questions. When did you apply for this job?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I applied for this job on 24th of November 2025. I have my application with me.
Okay. You said you withdrew from this case.
Yes.
Any documented evidence to show?
The documents are confidential with the client. These are the only documents that are public, which show there is another firm on the on record. Yes.
But my question is very simple.
Yes.
Do you have evidence to show the date you withdrew for this case?
No, I do not, because that was confidential information.
But here we are in a public.
Yes.
That's why the difference between your farm and the county is public.
Yes.
That's why even when you said you cannot mention the client here, the client is public. If they don't want to be mentioned, they will not be working for the county. That's why I have to be mentioned. If you see me on the streets at night, just walking barefoot, you'll have to mention me because I'm public. I'm a public person. Two, to get yourself off the
Honorable Kalunda, I think what you need to do.
I'm about to finish.
I'm just building on what you say. According to the advocate, she is under obligation not to relieve details and particulars.
Yeah, that's right.
However, if he's an officer in the county government of Makueni, how you deal with that matter is not a business.
Yes.
But she's tied not to mention. But you are right. You can refer to names. You can refer to individuals as long as it's in public if you wish so.
Yes.
So you are not tied. The time is limited to her. Yes, because of practice.
So, for wakili, you see, I've followed them very keenly on the dates you mentioned, that the 7th. You see, even this form, it is not even telling us the representatives, the people who are representing the client. It's only mentioning the dates like that, and then the person who was actioning that, like Lady Justice, Honorable Lady Justice, is coming out. So, my issue is you need to furnish this committee with the document to show you informed.
The law firm should be
Okay.
showing.
I have seen notice of change of advocate, because according to us, according to this committee, we represent the public.
Yes, sir.
We assume we've not gone to school.
Yes, sir.
You don't need to assume we know anything.
Yes.
So we are not learned like you guys. Those people who are learned, they will sit there and will grill them,
Yes.
because we are representatives of the people. Now, just before, I'm going to show you the first page.
Yes, sir.
Is it the first page? The second page,
Yes.
where we know, according to us, we know there is change of an advocate on 13th of January 2026. Anything outside this, we treat it as rumors. So according to us, the documented evidence we have is very simple. You changed the person. I don't know how you do it, but you have to show us this doctor, a client of yours, changed this advocate on 13th or sometime before you applied. That you have to show us. Two, because that application of notice of change, I have been to the courts. Just recently, the speaker was helping me when I had an election petition. There is an application here, the notice of change of advocates. It was done on 12th day of January 2026. So, according to us, those two documents, unless you present a contrary document, that is the document we start with. So that's what I'm helping you, because you are a one person. We need this kind of learned friends, honorable speaker, to run the board. If you can present that, I think that will really help this committee. The last one, for us to move, because it's good you've initiated this conversation yourself. We did not bring it up according to the petitions we have. At least you started it yourself. It's up to you now because I understand you saying there is secrecy, something like that. As we don't do that, so you have to table those documents and to treat them at the right time. So that's what I wished, because we must protect vulnerable groups, we must protect youth, we must protect women, and like that. Speaker, I think that would be very good. Thank you very much.
Chair, can I say something?
Yes, Honorable Kisungi, then Honorable Mara.
Thank you. On this matter, first, thank you for coming out in a very sincere way. We appreciate that sincerity. I think our board needs people who can come out and say, this is my conflict of interest, but I've done this, those are the right steps. I want to know just two things. One, your relationship with Jacqueline Wakuthi Warui. Are you a partner in this the same law firm, which of course took over the case? And two, if you look at the receipt paid on 13th of January, I think it's you who paid on behalf of Wakuthi. That's why I'm interested to know what is your relationship with the second advocate. Or are you a partner, or who is Jacqueline Wakuthi Warui? If you look at your testimonials, I think the same person. You put the same person as somebody who can be contacted on your behalf. So please come out clear.
Can I add so that you can clear the conflict to the extent?
Chair, mine was just to say something I noted. Number one, that she expressed without anybody asking that she had that. Before we asked, she said it. She put it. That was very commendable to come out clear. The other point is that she said during the first interview, she declared. In that interview, the first interview, which was done at the preliminary panel, that was also very important for that time. That means timely it was done. The other thing she said is that the filing of this, which you are showing January, it is coming from the court now, but you had done yours earlier. So personally, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm seeing correlation of how you declared in the first and this one you've declared, and there was nothing you hid about. And personally, I'm seeing them flowing quite well. The declaration is clearly showing, but point of clarification is allowed because there's nothing to hide. Thank you.
Thank you. I second.
So and I think from Honorable Bado, there are key timelines that we need to pick. There is a date of application which is 24th of November 2025.
Yes.
The other milestone we capture is the date of interview. Because it's the only other opportunity that you have on an engagement. And then there is during that interview, when did you make your declaration, whether oral or written? Did you make your declaration oral or written before the selection panel?
Yes, may I proceed?
Yes.
Yes, I will start with the question. It was, I made the declaration orally, just as I have done today.
Before
the panel.
Okay.
After my introduction I made my declaration of that potential former conflict of interest. And then I will go to the other questions.
Why are you referring to it as formal?
Yes.
When was the date of interview?
3rd of December. Yes, 3rd of December.
3rd of
December.
December. But date of interview 3rd of December.
Yes, sir.
But why are you referring to it as former?
Because it does not exist.
Because the records, former as of today or former then?
Even then, what I have said is I had withdrawn from this matter, only that I have not presented documents which I have been asked by the Honorable Member and which I'm going to respond to.
According to that, I want us to conclude this matter.
Yes.
The date of interview is on 3rd of December.
Yes, sir.
As at 3rd of December, were you active or former?
As of that,
yes.
It was former because the client I had already given my withdrawal to the client.
So the documentation
yes
in question requested by Honorable Kalonda
yes
that you provide to demonstrate that besides this formality
yes
of notice of change, you had earlier formally
yes
filed a notice or whatever it is to step down as an advocate of record.
Yes.
Is what we need to provide to demonstrate that it was formal at that time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think we do agree on that, and given an opportunity, I'm able to provide that document once I'm back to the office within 24 hours to show that I had already withdrawn from the matter, and these are the documentation in support of the same.
Fair enough.
And just to add,
Yes.
I had said I had no control on when this document was to be filed, because once you relinquish yourself, it's no longer your matter. However, there are two other questions
Yes.
From the honourable member on my relationship with Wakuthi. I wish to answer that. Wakuthi Warui advocate is my mentor. She's my senior in profession, and that is why she's part of my testimonials. She's one of my referees. In our practice, when you do not wish to proceed representing a client, you have a right to refer the client to someone who understands the matter, the subject matter in question, or someone who clients will want to know, is this person, where can I get assistance? Which person can represent me as well as you are doing? So that is exactly what happened here. This matter was able to be referred to that firm. Yes.
The third question on the same, we asked whether
Yes.
you are an associate
Yes.
of Wakuthi Warui,
Yes.
and what is your role in that firm?
I'm not an associate. We just have a working relationship. It is an independent firm. Mine is an independent firm. That is basically it.
Okay.
Yes. And I'm not a partner.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, what is it, Honorable? Thought you were answered.
And maybe before you conclude, I can be told that whether I can now present the document with him.
I will give directions on that.
Thank you.
So hold on.
Okay. You see, the conflict is even bigger now. When you listen from your presentation, the conflict is bigger. One, you are, if we give you the opportunity to work for the county, you will be representing the county public service board as a board member. Then you have got a friend of yours who is taking up a case which you gave some historical memory with it. Now you recommended to a friendly person to you. Don't you see that's a lot of conflict? Because the conflict is there already. But to quantify the conflict is my problem. Because this is somebody you've worked with, and you know the goal of taking somebody to court is to defeat them. It is to defeat them. It is not to show your prowess or something. It is to defeat them. So now you've taken the county public service board to come there to a court of law, and then recommended after. Now you want a position in that board. You relinquish, but you don't relinquish completely. You relinquish with conditions. I'm giving up this case, but I will give it to my friend who understands it. At least you will even be giving them more insight into the same story. Don't you think, if we give you this opportunity, the public will be on us to ask, why are you giving somebody who will still continue fighting the county public service board? You've read the letter. The person who has done that petition, I saw it for the first time.
Just a minute. You have used the word fighting. There is a contest between an officer and a public service board.
I withdraw.
Both of them have a dispute.
Yes.
It is not yet determined who is on the right, who is on the wrong.
Yes.
So let us leave that right.
Yeah, but on the merit, I don't want to speak to that. I'm only looking at how the public, people who have bestowed a lot of confidence in us acting for the public, and there is a very objective petition. I saw the petition today, but I can tell you that petition is very objective. And the person who has presented the petition is asking these representatives of the people to help them speak for them. And when we interrogate this petition, you can see how conflicting it is. Now, her presentation is very clear. I want to also agree with her. She is very honest, because she said, maybe Kesungi mentioned that it is one of the referrals within a resume. But I can tell you, you are giving an opportunity to somebody else to continue from where you stopped, just because you are not able to proceed because you want a position from there. So my question is, how how much conflict are you now showing when it comes to now you relinquishing this position? You are not able even to tell us, because you cannot tell somebody, I have just left, and you know very well the implication of leaving this case. It was not verbal. The implication of this case was not verbal. You cannot tell me, you told Dr. Maleka, I'm just leaving this position because I want this. You should have done that through a letter to show them that this is very official. But you are not able to present that letter. You're saying you want to go to the office, maybe find a way to get a letter to show us that you moved on from that case. That should not be the case. I want to prosecute for the people, for public, and that is why I'm not able to make the decision. When we retreat to do the report, I will not be able to tell what I want to do, because the public is well charged and they have a petition. Somebody has stood for them, and we must prosecute this case. So please, you need to quantify the conflict. Nobody will be able to tell how much, but I can tell you it's very significant when it comes to us sorting it. Thank you very much.
Chair, can I ask a question so that she can answer? But I'm trying to relate. In medical, when you have a client and you feel this case needs to go, you refer. That is part of professional to refer. I don't know in law whether that becomes. Do you also refer somebody when and it's within the law? Yeah, because in medical to refer, if I handle you and I find I need to send you to a neurosurgeon in Kenyatta National Hospital, you put a referral. And that is what I wanted to know. Is that referral allowed in law? It is within the law?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you.
For you. Yes, thank you, honorable members. I will start with how we do this referral. Number one, I will highlight a very important principle in law that is called a cab rank rule. Cab rank rule. Cab to mean a taxi. So this principle means that every person has a right to choose an advocate. Why? So that it ensures, you see, the same way, I will explain so that everybody understands. The same way you would request a taxi, and the taxi does not even see who has requested and where they are going and how much they are charged. That is the law. The law does not wish any person to lack an advocate. And that is why every person has a right of an advocate. And in this situation, given that there was a potential conflict of interest, I informed the client, and the client requested for my referral. Being an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, I had a duty to refer. And that is exactly what I did. Now, you have asked how much is the conflict. And I would wish to say that there is no conflict. Why? Because the person who is handling this matter is a professional. Is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with at least even over 10 years of experience. And however she's going to handle this matter is only professional. And if the client feels that there is any further conflict, the client also has a right to get another advocate without informing the existing, that is what we were rule. So there is going to be a lot of professionalism. I would also wish to say, I was informed that there are no, I gave conditions. No, there was no conditions given to the new advocate. This is a matter, this is a file. It's on public domain, handle it. However, it goes up to now, I do not even know what happened the last time that matter was in court, because I am not interested, and there is a lot of, if I was to get involved, it would mean that now my professionalism is out, and I will have an influence, but I do not have an influence. There are no conditions, and therefore what I would like to say, I was told to quantify how much conflict is there, and I would wish to say there is no conflict, because I am no longer acting. And if I'm no longer acting, I cannot take instructions. Let me finish. As an advocate, I cannot take instructions from the client, and as an advocate, I cannot represent the client in court. That is it.
Okay, just the last one. You see, when they are learned,
what
they are not.
is your last one?
Speaker, you see, she started, I'm very keen. She said she did not have the luxury of influencing when they can apply or when they can do something. You started with that. But I can tell you, from the point of view, this is somebody you are in contact with. This is somebody you converse with. Let's not even say now it is the client who is on full throttle to fight the county, for example, or to fight for his rights. So we are looking at how even yourself, how you can influence the county public service board to sit on the rights of the person who applied for this in the court of law. So there are two ways to the same. You can side with any. You can even side with the county public service board. That's why the Act doesn't allow you to have that leeway where you can choose where to be. You must be stuck with one side, and that's why if we give you an opportunity to serve as a public service board member, we expect you to just be like that. But you see, this case is giving you a leeway where you can choose where you want to. You can stay on the side of the public service board, or sometimes you want to stay with your former client because you have some relationship with the client. You cannot represent a client without a relationship, whether bad or good. So that's why I'm asking you, because this is a very serious matter for this county assembly appointments committee. You must look at how you want to respond to this issue, because it's a big matter for us. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Elizabeth.
Thank you, Chair. I may be wrong or right, but from where I sit, since the candidate before us is no longer acting on this matter, she cannot influence anything because it's before a court of law. So whether she wants the board to win or wants the former client to win is not about her anymore, but about the court, which we believe will be as professional as this committee. So, Honorable Speaker, I would wish, since we also have our own learned friend who can give us, then we can determine that at a later time, then we move on. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, let me just have the wish to address the last question, kindly. Yes, the question was where I will be, where my loyalty will be if I get your rights. So I would like to say, this advocate has a right to withdraw. That will be a problem. If they see any conflict that will be coming in and they know the history of the matter, they have a right to withdraw, just as I did. That is one. Number two, if this matter ever comes to the board, because it will, I will not take a decision on it. That is right now the issue of conflict of interest arises in any meeting. Any meeting and you are discussing the issue of my former client, I cannot take a decision. Why? Not because I'm going to favor the client. In law, we say I have information that is confidential that is about this client, and I cannot take a decision because it might affect the client. And I only got this information not because I'm a member of the public. I got the information because I was a trustee. We have a trust relationship with our clients. So I got this information as a trustee, and I cannot now say I'm taking a decision which might favor or might not favor my former client. It is against the code of conduct for advocates, and it is also a conflict. So what I'm trying to say, if this matter ever comes to the board for decision making, I will definitely recuse myself. Thank you.
Okay. There are two things for determination which the committee will deliberate. One is as to whether there is conflict of interest when a client has moved from one law firm to another, and whether a law firm known to the previous advocate amounts to conflict. Then to what extent you can measure such conflict. Suppose you refer the client not to any advocate, but ends up getting into the hands of your former classmate in primary school or secondary school or university, or a roommate or a best buddy in school, or a relative for that matter. So it's a very thin line. To what extent is a conflict? And I think we will deliberate and advise on that. Two, what we need clarification on is now that the date of interviews were on 3rd of December, year 2025, and the notice was filed on 13th of January 2026. You have indicated that you will supply us with information of any information between 24th of November when you made your application and 13th of January 2026 to demonstrate at what point you stopped being an active advocate of your client. I hope that is clear.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
So let us make progress. How much time do you think you require?
24 hours.
Within 24 hours, you supply that information.
Yes.
You will make contact with the clerk of the county assembly to supply our particulars too. In this case, this is a public inquiry. There's no confidentiality. The confidentiality is not that you are leaking the details or merit of the case or the merit of the case. It is what is in question is a procedure. It is not the identity card, neither KRA PIN certificate of the clients, neither their documents or copies of affidavits. Nevertheless, more than 7% of this information is on the website.
Yes.
So may we get information as a county assembly so that we may assist the process.
Yes.
This public process. It is not your process, it is not our process. You see, it is you who ditched private and comfortable life.
Yes.
Yes. To public life where you have to account, where you took your breakfast, and where, for example, your kids are crying every evening. You also have to tell us why they are crying. Yes. You account for everything, including your chicken.
Yes.
Why are they not having feed?
Yes.
So I pity you. Very well. So, honorable members, let us deliberate that matter after you present the documents in our subsequent sitting, and the committee will make its finding, observations, and make recommendation to the county assembly for some time.
Thank you.
Questions? Supplementary questions? I think that matter has been addressed. The rest of the information is on record. Honorable Elizabeth Bridge.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Deborah, what is that unique quality or character that you think landed in this nomination, and how will you use it to deliver to the people of Makueni? Also, how would you assess the current state of service delivery in our county? I believe you have had interest and you know a bit, because you would not have been interested in applying for this job. So how would you assess the state of service delivery currently? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will start with the first question. What is the unique quality that makes me stand apart in this nomination? I will give three things. Number one, I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. During my training as a lawyer, I went through training on labor laws, employment laws, and best labor practices. What we call in law best labor practices is what is called also best human resource practices. So as a virtue of my training, I was trained on those three important aspects of human resource and the laws governing human resources. That is number one. Number two, I do possess a clear expertise, again, out of my experience on the issues of labor law, employment law, and best human practices. This has been because, and as I said, our firm does, at least we allocate issues of labor and employment at 30% of our work. And out of that, I have been able to deal with a lot of matters, at least up to, for my 8 years experience, I have dealt with at least 500 cases, which whose subject matter is labor law and human practice issues. And further, out of that experience and handling all those cases, I've been able to do a few things that contribute to my expertise, which now is relevant to this to the position that or the CPSB member. One of them, I've been able to draft HR policies, human resource policies for clients, and which touches basically on all issues of employment and human resources. I've also been able to file cases and prosecute them successfully. I've also been able to defend clients on matters of employment law and breaches, defend successfully, of course, on the other side. And the other thing is that I have also been able to give proper advisories to clients who are in breach of employment laws successfully to get out of those situations. I also have been involved in trainings of human resource personnel purely on employment matters or employment law, that is trainings. And out of my experience, I've also learned the major sources of disputes of employment issues. There are major sources of disputes in HR, in human resource, which stems from the recruitment stage to disciplinary stage, remuneration, discrimination, and all that. That is the second quality, my expertise. And I will go to the third one. Out of my experience, I have gained proper decision-making skills, which would be a requirement in a member of CPSB. Proper decision-making skills. And finally, I am committed to public service delivery in terms of having a high conduct of ethics, integrity, a high sense of transparency and accountability, which I believe, being national values, would be important for a member of the CPSB. Thank you. I would now go to the second question. The state of service delivery in Makueni. From my look of this good county of Makueni, my opinion is that the county has put as its goals in vision to ensure that there is the best service delivery to the people of Makueni. And I believe that out of that, I have seen that as one of the goals, and I've also seen it in the strategic plan for the governor. And I would say that there is a great achievement in service delivery, and the county expects all organs under it to ensure that all the services given are the best services in terms of achieving transparency, accountability, and also public participation, whereby people of this county, their opinions in matters that affect them is really taken into place. So I would rate the delivery of service in Makueni at a very high rate in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My question, Deborah, is about how you will ensure the recruitment and promotions processes within the county public service are transparent, merit-based, and free from patronage, particularly to prevent the exclusion of young professionals and first-time job seekers. That is question number one. Question number two, which I would really wish to... The second question is, what strategies would you use to enhance staff motivation and productivity in the county public service? Third question.
Strategies to do?
Yeah, the strategies we would use to enhance staff motivation and productivity in the county public service. The other question is about employment within the county public service. There have been a huge cry from the mostly marginalized groups, people who do not know anybody to connect them. There have been even so many questions raised, and I believe we owe an answer to the youth who come out and they are not even shortlisted. We have a number that does not agree, because you find some wards have employed so many people from the
public service board, while some other wards have nothing. We want to know how you work out to reach those marginalized people, to balance equity, at least everybody to have a fair chance, because it is not their wish that they find nobody. Some of them you find they don't have any chief officer in the area, no director, and while in other areas they are concentrated in the same area. So advice is plenty. We want to address those people who are in that category, so that we may know the method you use to bring equity within them, that you can reach those marginalized groups so that everybody will share this cake. If there are people who are being employed, we try to balance the rewards to some extent and address those who don't know anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'll start the first question. How to ensure that there is transparency in recruitment, especially for the young professionals. As I earlier said, transparency is one of the national values. And number one, if we want transparency in this recruitment, we must make sure that there is data reporting. Data reporting in terms of what are the requirements of a certain position. That is one. Data reporting, it must be very clear. It must also be, in addition to being put in the mainstream media, it should also be put in the social media, or rather the digital platforms. Why? Because especially the youth is a group that that do not conform to the conventional media ways. So in that data, we must ensure that it is out there to the public, and it is in the form that the youth can consume. That is one. Number two, it's public engagement, which we also call public participation, and it's an important national value. It is important for the CPSB to know the needs of the youth, and we can only know the needs of the youth by engaging them. We need to know what is required of them, what they wish for, how they are qualified, and such kind of things. And number three is about ensuring that the advertisements are put to the right groups, and especially encouraging the youth to apply for those positions. For instance, it is important that if we are saying that we want 2 youth in this position, we also target areas where we can get the youth. So I think that is how I would ensure that there is transparency. And finally, I will also insist on the right to information, because without information, these youth do not know what is happening within the county, whether there are new opportunities. So we need to actually uphold the right to information by taking the information to them. The next question was the strategies for staff motivation vis-a-vis productivity of the staff. I will say number one would be coming up with incentives. These incentives would include, for instance, recognition and certificates of merit. Something that, of course, due to budgetary allocation, that will not cost the CPSB, or rather the county, a lot of resources. So we can work with incentives, number one. Number two is we can also deal with it through performance appraisal. What performance appraisal will do in terms of productivity is that we are able to see that these people in this category are being placed in this manner. And if these people are not meeting their targets, then we know what to do from that appraisal. And number three is to ensure that we have clear targets or KPIs for each employee rather, because sometimes we might say we know these doctors need to do this. What is the turnaround time? Then if we do not measure it very well, or we don't give these employees the right targets or goals, then we might not be able to measure at the end of the day. And finally, on that category is to ensure that we have a turnaround time. especially because some services are very simple and we might, the staff might be taking a lot of time. When they take a lot of time, similarly we take also more resources and the public will complain that we are not getting this simple service within one day and we do not know why. Those people are paid, the resources have been used, and the public is not happy. So turnaround time is something that is key also to motivate the staff and to ensure that there is productivity. Thank you. I'll go to the third question. I was asked the issue of the cry by the marginalized groups and what would be done or what I would propose. I would propose one, affirmative action. Why? Or how this will work is that we would say if we are advertising for 10 positions, can we maybe have a percentage that we say 50%, let us target youth or women or people living with disability. So in that manner, we are able to ensure that we have filled that we have passed that test by through affirmative action. Number two, it's to do the advertisement at the targeted areas. For instance, if we are saying Ward A only has 0.5% of employees in the county, we can say that we want to have those advertisements done at that specific targeted area. So the second one is to make the advertisement to the targeted area. And inclusivity, the other thing is to ensure that the CPSB adheres to inclusivity or rather what we call gender policy, social protection policy, so that we make sure all these people are employed by the county. However, I will underline that even if people come from marginalized areas, we must always focus on merit-based selection. Yeah.
Okay, finally, just to summarize, we have had a huge cry from the consultants in the medical, and as a chair of health, I'm aware of such, and I want to hear your opinion because we have lost very, very crucial staff members like consultants, radiologists, a consultants who would save us a lot of money being employed here. And we know outside they make a lot of money. The board has stuck to a point and they refuse to consider such, and we lose them to other counties. I want to hear whether you will bring such change so that they can consider crucial service providers who are needed, who would save our patients a lot of loss going to other areas and even money used. Because employing one person who can save millions, why wouldn't we pay such a person well? I mean, it's a question of just not following these bureaucracies and the laws and protocols. Come out and see what we need. What are we saving? What is your take on that?
Thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. And I would say my understanding of this question is whether the county should employ these consultants on permanent basis or on consultancy basis. And I would say there are two things. One, health is a very crucial area in any government, and it is not an exception in the county government of Makueni. And therefore, it is, in my opinion, is that we would need to employ some of the most important consultants on permanent basis. One. And number two, because for the reasons that I've said, it will save lives, it will save resources of the county. Number two, if this consultant is not used on a day-to-day basis, there are of course consultants that might have a client once a month. Those ones, it will be more resource saving if they are contracted on consultative basis. So that if we have a client, we have a consultation agreement with this consultant. They come on need basis and they are paid at this hourly rates. So that will also save the county a lot of money, which I think is the interest of the government.
I think I'm okay.
Thank you. Honorable Zul.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will speak about, I will ask you to maybe, because of delegation, you can speak something about the County Public Service Board delegating some of the roles to the county executive, and especially to chief officers. I will not speak about the defaced ID. I saw your national ID is very defaced, and it's not a good thing. It's wakili. Yeah, even when it is old generation, I think it should not be like that.
I will make amends. Thank you.
Then, sorry for being very keen.
It's public inquiry.
Yes, yes.
In private practice, no one wants.
You saw, I related this with most of my voters, my employers in Kibombolio. Most of them give me this kind of IDs, and I'm very bitter because Kibwezi is just a few meters away, and IDs are free now. I thought she can spare some time and look for a better ID. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I'll do that immediately.
So about delegation number two.
Sorry, I think I got lost. Can I have the first question again?
Delegation duties.
Yes.
To the county executive, because most of the work is delegated.
Yes.
With the accountability, maybe you can speak also about accountability and transparency, and in the same spirit, you may find other people in the board who will take you back. Sometimes who frustrate you because of diversity. You are a lawyer. Sometimes you guys claim that you are the only learned people. So sometimes you will meet, most of the board members are not learned because they are not lawyers. How will you handle that to make the county progress?
Thank you. Honorable Kalunda, I think learned friends is a phrase used by lawyers between themselves.
Maybe she can explain why they don't.
No, just a minute. It is between lawyers themselves. They refer to themselves as learned, but they are not more learned than any other profession. So don't compare lawyers.
That's why I brought the quote.
All members of the board, if approved, they are well read.
They are not their friends.
And they are read, but in terms of lawyers to lawyers, that's a different thing. So
I think she understands that.
Get my point.
That's what I was asking.
There will be no more learned people than others. That board. Okay?
Okay. It's okay. So about that, I talked about transparency and accountability, and also the frustrations you may go through and how you will overcome them.
That's the fourth question.
No, it is the same question. About the frustrations and diversity and how you can overcome that, so that you can make some progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. I will start with the question on the learned friends. And as the Honorable Chair said, learned friends is a phrase used by lawyers amongst themselves to just appreciate that we are just learned the same way with my colleague. We are learned, but does not exclude other people who are learned in other subjects. And also it is to mean that as a lawyer, you're supposed to be learned in everything under the sun. You should never lack an answer for anything. And finally, as I'm answering that question, once we come to the CPSB members, the major thing is teamwork. And now that I've said there's nobody, the speaker said that there's nobody who's learned than the other. In terms of when you're working as a team, you need to work together. Decisions are to be made. There's a manner in which decisions are to be made in any body corporate. And I believe that CPSB, being a body corporate that is independent, has a procedure on how to take decisions. And therefore, those decisions will be taken whether or not there's a lawyer or a teacher or a doctor. And those decisions are for the best interest of this county. The other question was on the challenges. I believe these were challenges that maybe one would encounter as a member of the CPSB in executing the mandate. Maybe is that
the diversity? I talked about diversity.
I think I didn't get that question well. You can kindly come again.
Maybe on record, I talked about diversity, because you'll find we have members of the board who are accountants and auditors. Others are political analysts. Others are teachers. Others are, of course, with a lot of mix and match in terms of the backgrounds where they have been working before. How will your legal profession help this county to move forward in terms of making good use of all these professions and trying to cut on the conflicts, because we expect sometimes you'll be conflicting, sometimes you'll be frustrated, maybe there are budgets you needed, then the county assembly is not able to give these monies. How are you going to handle that?
Thank you.
And then the other one was accountability and transparency. And if you can also help us without using those initials, you can just be, if it is public service board, you can mention it like that, because members of public are not able to relate these initials. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Member. So I believe that question is tied to the one for learned friends. Yeah, so the challenges that will be encountered, as you have also indicated, is in terms of timelines to do certain duties. We have timelines, and sometimes we might take long to get decisions because we have different diversity, and that is another challenge. So how we are going to be able to counter these challenges is, for instance, we have to embrace teamwork. I had already said that. Teamwork is not an option in any body corporate. It has to be done. And we also have to appreciate, as members of the County Public Service Board, it has to be appreciated that apart from being professionals, people also have personal opinions. And it is important that that challenge will be addressed by putting aside personal opinions, personal interest, to measure and to venture on the interest of the public, on public interest. The other solution is to respect each other during in that working relationship, so that none of the members of the County Public Service Board would feel superior than the others because of their nature of professions or their background of work. And another issue is that as a legal profession, how I would be able to assist the County Public Service Board. As I've said, I have at least 8 years of experience in this profession, and I do understand, out of the work and experience that I've done, I do understand the best human practices vis-a-vis the employment and labor law, and therefore in situations where we have major challenges of making a decision, I would request the board to allow me to give them my opinion, because I have that experience as having dealt with human resources and employment laws. And you've also asked about conflicts. I believe this is conflict of interest.
No, just
or conflicts
just
within.
conflicts
Yes,
within
thank you.
the
Yes.
board.
Yeah, basically that I would also.
Even in the interest, yeah.
Yes.
Like the one you are handling now.
Yes, in that manner, in that situation, Honourable Member, if there is any kind of conflict, my role as a member and also as a lawyer, but I come as a member first, is just to give my advisory, and if something is really outside of what we are discussing and the board is not able to agree on one. Thank you, Honourable Member. I was on the issue of conflicts, and my answer is that in the case of existence of such conflicts, I will be able to give my legal advice. As much as I'm a member, I'm first a lawyer before I became a member, and therefore it's just to give advisory. And if the thing is way out of our purview as members of the county public service, we will be able to explore how to get advisory from an external source. And that is where it comes, the working relationship between the county, the public service board, and also the other organs of Makueni County. And also finally with public participation. So every decision that has to be made, it has to be people-centered. I will now go to the issue of accountability and transparency in this County Public Service Board. I believe what I would propose to be done, we will start with accountability, is to ensure that there are standards and merits that are to be the benchmark. If we have to be accountable, we first have to set the goals. These are the goals, these are the standards, and these are the metrics. Then that is the benchmark. So we have to ensure that everything we are doing is geared towards that, and it can be measurable. That is number one. Number two is data reporting, I believe, whatever we are doing, so that we can be accountable. Are we able to report? If we are able to report, then there is accountability on the part of the County Public Service Board. And number three, there is the issue of oversight. Yes, there is the issue of oversight, and I believe that the Assembly oversights the County Public Service Board. And therefore, with those three issues, I believe the Public Service Board will be accountable to the people of Makueni. On the issue of transparency, I will still wish to start with the right to information. As a board, the Country Public Service Board, we have to make sure, or it has to make sure that the people of Makueni have information. Because without information, then you cannot be transparent. Because what are you transparent on if I do not know the process or what you want to do? And on the other thing would be public participation. For transparency to be there, we have to conduct public participation. People have to know we are doing this, and we have to get their opinions on that particular issue. So there's public participation. And finally, also, as it was for accountability, we have to have data reporting. This can be done by way of publishing in the media, in the websites of the county, or rather of the County Public Service Board, and also on the social medias. We can also go as much as going to the deep roots, grassroots, that is the chief and the other organizations on the ground. Thank you, sir.
Honorable
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Chair. I think I'll have just two questions. The first one is we just require a commitment from you, not exactly a response, but a commitment. In the conclusion that any county public service board would wish to be lean and efficient. As lean as possible, but also very efficient. I'm just interested to knowing if you make a commitment for staff audit, because there have been allegations in public domain about ghost workers in some departments, which I'm not sure. I can't verify that information, but there has been rumors to that effect. So staff audit. Two, whether you do the same audit to establish the staff requirements for departments. This might probably require to be guided by an organogram for every department. And three, if you do the same audit on duplication of roles in the departments, because you might find people who are just idle or duplicated services being offered by different departments. And the third one, the fifth one, is about the PWDs. There have been complaints that their percentage, which is given by law, and there is a PWD law which came into force last year in September. and I think it should be followed. Then there is the issue that law has not been implemented in the county, so you commit to follow up on that. Then there is also the issue of regional balancing, where injustice has been done in the county in employment of staff for as long as the county has existed. From 2013, there are some sub-counties which actually have very minority staff in the county. So what will you do about that? I think all those require probably some commitment from me. My second question, how will you work in harmony with the executive but still maintain the independence of the board? And the second one, do you realize that the county assembly will be the oversighting body, and how will you be willing, how much will you be willing to be oversighted by the county assembly? The last one, how will you deal with corruption in the public service? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I believe the first question was my commitment if appointed as a board member on doing all this work, these 5 functions that you have given first. I do appreciate that you have indicated it is a lean, or rather a small board, but which is expected to be very efficient. And I do also recognize that efficiency is one of the values that should be upheld under Article 232 of the Constitution. And therefore, I do wish to commit that if I'm appointed to be a board member, I will start with, I will commit myself as a team, as a team worker, to be able to assist the board and to bring out my contribution in doing first staff audits. Because it is this staff audit that we have said it is going to eliminate ghost workers. And if we have eliminated ghost workers, we will have saved the resources of the county, and those resources can be channeled elsewhere. And that will include, the staff audit will be able to, as you said, to eliminate ghost workers, to look at duplicated roles and narrow down into especially just single roles. You also asked about people living with a disability, whereby the law has not been implemented. What we will do, and as I said, just as we said for the youth, is first to do affirmative action to ensure that we reserve a certain percentage for these people. And we also have to ensure that we give these advertisements to targeted areas. This can be done through partnerships. We already have non-government organizations that support people living with disabilities, and this advertisement can be channeled through that. It is also important that even as we reserve these percentages, we indicate it. Very important. I have also seen some for people living with disability, they just indicate people living with disabilities to lift up these people. The other issue is on the regional balance, and especially the minority groups, which is also the minority wards. I would say that as a member of the County Public Service Board, my proposal would be to still do targeted advertisements and to train the human resource panels, rather the interviewing panels, to measure, if we are measuring on uplifting a certain area, to measure on that, however still being guided by merit and other accounts of recruitment, so that we do not pass minority and inclusion first above what is required under the Constitution. It will be very important that we are anchored by the Constitution. What I believe is the Constitution has solutions to everything. We have to marry everything together: inclusion, discrimination, merit, and all those things. The other question, Honorable Member, you asked how we will, the harmony working with the executive, I believe. Yes. For this board, County Public Service Board, number one, we have to align this board's goals, vision with the governance manifesto, or rather what we call the development plan or strategic plan of the county. It has to be aligned with the goals and objectives of the County Public Service Board. Number two, we have to ensure that we are everything that is being done by the board is transparent. If everything is transparent, there is going to be harmony. There will be no disputes between the executive and the board. And number three, we have to ensure that accountability is upheld at a very high level. Because as we know, the executive gives us the budget. And if the executive is complaining that the resources are not being taken to the right way, to the right goals, then we will have a problem. So accountability is very important. And I believe the other thing is just to ensure that we uphold ethics and integrity in the board, so that we have harmony working with the executive. The other question is the willingness to be oversighted by the assembly. Oversight role belongs to the assembly. We are in agreement on that. Now, as a board, as a county public service board, accountability will be realized if we agree to oversight. And it's not a matter of agreeing. Why? Because it's an objective in the constitution. Everybody must be oversighted. Everybody, not every person, every corporation of the government must be oversighted by another body. And in this case, the County Public Service Board is not an exception. And for us to work well and to ensure that service delivery is at the peak in the county, the board has to agree to oversight. It has to give the reports as required. It has to honor summons if required by the assembly. So I would say that it is a check. There is a lot of willingness on the board. I believe I didn't get the last question. If you could repeat on corruption, what is the question kindly?
I just wanted the realization that there are corrupt public servants in the county.
Yes.
And we can't deny that. What's your thought about them, or do you plan as a board to do anything about it? Or if you receive a case, a complaint from the public to the Public Service Board, you know that the board will be entrusted with the responsibility by the public. Somebody might write that something is happening, like for example the sand cartels, you know them, things like that. So you receive complaints about corruption. Whichever case, however it might come out, but it will be a case of corruption. Even if it's a water kiosk which is being mismanaged by an officer whom you are entrusted as the employee of that officer. So how will you handle that?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, I do recognize that corruption is one of the challenges in the government, starting from the national government. And I'm also delighted to say that I've seen it as one of the goals in the strategic plan to reduce corruption in this county. And the reason is to ensure that once we reduce, or rather we eliminate corruption, we are going to be able to give the best service delivery to the people of Makueni. In cases of reported corruption, I believe there is a procedure on how each government corporate is to carry out investigation. Number one, we start with the investigation to confirm, because sometimes people are just stating things out of malice or out of personal interest or other consideration. So the process has to start at the investigation. And if it is found that this person has actually, this specific officer has committed corruption actions or omissions, it is important that now we go to the next step, which is forwarding this matter to the DPP, that is Director of Public Prosecution, for purposes of prosecution. And I believe that there is also, once this person has gone to that, there will also be a procedure on the human resource. How do you, are you going to terminate this person? Are you going to put this person on leave or something like that? So we also have to balance the rights of this person as an employee vis-a-vis the interest of the public in eliminating corruption. So I believe that that process has to be carried, protecting the rights of these employees. Yeah. Thank you.
Very well, a few questions to you. One, very few. You alluded to oversight. In your own understanding of the law,
yes,
the County Public Service Board should report to who or to which organs? I would love if we go question answer.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I believe on the issue of oversight, the County Public Service Board reports to the Executive. That is my belief.
The Public Service Board reports to the Executive?
To the Executive, yes.
Oversight?
No, for purposes of oversight, it reports to the County Assembly.
Yes?
Yes.
Now, in terms of reporting,
yes,
a chief officer reports to the County Executive Commissioner.
yes,
A sub-chief reports to the chief. Day-to-day running. So to whom does the board report to? Whether individual or institutions or offices, in your own understanding. Because it, yes?
sorry?
It cannot be so independent that doesn't report. So the board should report to who or which?
I believe that it should report to the Executive Office.
Now, according to the County Government Act, the County Executive comprises of?
The County Executive?
Yes.
It comprises of the Governor and the CS, Cabinet Secretaries.
County Executive Committee members?
Yes.
And the County Secretary?
Yes.
So that's what you're referring to?
Yes.
So any member of the County Public Service Board can report to any member of County Cabinet?
No. It will have to report to the CEC of that specific ministry.
Okay. So to what extent is the County Public Service Board independent from interference? Independent but not independent to in terms of operations or interference?
Yes.
You got my question?
Yes, yes. The extent to which the County Public Service Board is independent from interference, given that it has to report to a higher authority, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Number one, the County Public Service Board must be independent. Why? It is a body corporate which is independent. And the factors that contribute to its independence is, number one, it has to be autonomous in its decision making.
Yes.
Such that whatever decision it is taking, it is purely based on the public interest and not the oversight authority or the other authority rather. So that is decision making. Number two, financial autonomy in terms of it runs its own budget, and therefore you see that is one of the factors that contribute to its independence, so that it is not told, if you don't do this, we are not going to disperse resources. So it has a financial independence.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm reading the Constitution of Kenya, and the structure of the national government mirrors that of county governments. On this is Article 248, which refers to commissions and independent offices. And the commissions are as many as 10, but there are only 2 independent offices. The office, the Auditor General, and the Control of Budgets.
Yes.
The rest are commissions, but not independent offices. You agree with me?
Yes.
So the board is equivalent to or mirrors Teacher Service Commission, National Police Service Commission, Public Service Commission. It doesn't mirror Auditor General or the control of the budgets. And therefore it has an aspect of interdependence. But what I'm not very clear with you is what is the role of the county executive committee responsible for public service or whatever on running day-to-day management of the public service? Quote, is that county waziri the boss of the board? Is a county minister responsible for public service the head of county public service board? Or do they have administrative role over the county public service board? That's my question, in your understanding.
Can you come again, the last part?
You indicated that the county public service board should report to the county minister responsible for public service. Are we together?
Yes.
And therefore, my question is whether that minister has a responsibility on administration and management of the county public service board affairs. Is that your position?
Whether the minister has administrative duties.
Yes. On the running of the public service board.
No, it doesn't have the administrative duties because the board has its own secretariat, which does the normal administrative duties.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I believe the minister will not be responsible for the day-to-day administrative duties, rather the secretariat will.
Very well. 249, 250, not 254 refers to reporting of commissions and independent officers by filing reports with the President, National Assembly and Senate. Not a cabinet secretary. What does that tell you?
Honorable Chair, I believe that tells me that the County Public Service Board should also file its reports with the County Assembly.
Also, or primarily file? Which is which?
Sorry?
The first primary point of filing records or reports, is it to the President or Commission or independent or to the Cabinet Secretary?
I don't believe I've gotten that question, sir. The second part.
Because you referred to a county minister responsible for public service. I've given you a mirror. The same, in which case the public service cabinet secretary is not referred under Article 254.
Yes.
Only 2 officers, 3 officers, 2 officers are referred.
Yes.
That at any time the President, the National Assembly or the Senate may require the Commission or holder of an independent office to submit report on a particular issue. If this is to borrow, then it means that the Cabinet Secretary is not responsible and may not require a Public Service Commission or a dependent office to file or answerable or submit information to them.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
But in your submission is that in the case of the counties, the county minister responsible for public service may have such a role.
I think I will stand corrected.
On the same side, you said they should be independent from interference.
Yes, I think I will stand corrected, Honorable Chair, and maybe make a bit of correction and say just as it is with the independent officers and commissions, the reports for purposes of oversight have to be filed with the County Assembly.
And?
The governor.
And the governor.
Yes.
Because the same executive committee members sit where you are sitting now today.
Yes.
And they gave better commitments than you are giving. And they were approved by this county assembly. Same as the county public service board members. So someone who has been vetted by the assembly cannot be an overseer.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to put across.
Yes.
Otherwise they will have a direct influence in them. But then it is expected that you are here courtesy of nomination by the governor after the selection committee. And therefore, who are you answerable to if you become a board member and therefore a member of that commission?
Yes, what I had said, I'm answerable to the executive, specifically the governor.
Yes, the executive, it includes ward administrators, sub-county administrators, nurses, clinicians, and everyone.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's why we have a problem, because it's not very clear to what extent is the board independent. So that the board will think that it is independent from the assembly and from the appointing authority. Because only from the appointing authority you are able to get the policy decisions to work on, but protected from manipulation and interference of county executive committee members. Unless it's a decision of county executive committee chaired by the governor, where a resolution of cabinet is communicated to the board by the county secretary, but not direct supervision. Now, one more thing, access to information. When members of public request for information on recruitment from the County Public Service Board, they are told that, we have Data Protection Act, we can't give you information. They are listening.
Yes.
They want to know how many applied, how many were shortlisted, and how they were distributed from each and every ward. They are told that is a private information for individuals and confidential information. But they are told just wait at the gate. We don't deal with such. Rights to Information and Access to Information Act, which you are very conversant with. Yes. True. Should information on employment be available to members of public?
I do believe that it is a delicate balance on the rights to access.
Can you balance it now?
Yes, because if someone has made an application to a public body, which is now, for instance, Makueni County, for an employment, we have to balance, if the person has made this application, they have consented to part of the information being public. So the balance is how much can be disclosed to the members of public and how much cannot be disclosed. So that is the decision that has to be made. Because I believe the members of the public have a right to know 1, 2, 3 people applied, and these ones succeeded and this one did not succeed. However, there is also another important part of information that may not be disclosed. Any information that will put the applicant into a prejudice and affect their future prospects of jobs and all that. For instance, say this person said they have a master's degree and they did not, that is a prejudicial information. So that is why you have to clearly cut to balance. And therefore, I just gave an example. The issue of which would really prejudice the applicant is the information that must be withheld by the board.
Your example is, someone who has lied that they have a master's degree and they do not. We should publish that information immediately.
Yes, I'm saying that
that's a lie. So the lie should be told out very fast.
Yes, but it has a procedure. It has a procedure for purposes of protection of data. That is what I'm trying to say.
So what happens, because suppose the board would then say that so and so lied, to take you to DCI for investigation.
Yes.
It will still be public.
That is exactly the procedure.
Okay.
It is not just perusing my papers and saying I don't see this and then publishing it in public. That is now what is detrimental to the applicant. It has to go through that procedure.
Very well.
Yeah. So I believe we must be able as a board to balance that.
The problem is when you ask the number of PWDs employed in Makueni County, maybe on account public offices, you are told it's confidential information. Out of the 250 nurses employed in this county X, including Makueni, I'm not saying this case, you're told, yes, they were 15, only 7 were shortlisted, and they were successful.
So
that's who me.
Yeah.
But name Deborah Mudeu is not confidential information.
It is not.
And then whether you have been shortlisted on the position applied is not confidential.
Yes.
What is confidential is your qualifications.
Yes.
Because there was a minimum qualifications of bachelor's degree. Simple as that. So any other qualification is not subject to public inquiry. Unless you are seeking a public information like this one where Honorable Kalunda had to question one of your documents, and which he has right to, because tomorrow you expect you to have the face of the public, and therefore whether in public or private, the private information will still start losing from you. You become a public property. That is one.
Yes.
But the point now, the problem is that where information is being hidden. under guise of data
Protection.
protection. Data protection says don't disclose my ID card unless you are investigating. But you cannot, it's not wrong to say that out of X, Y, and Z, only Y and Z were shortlisted, and these are the people and they come from this area.
Yes, and I believe as from what you say, you said it's a delicate balance, and any information that is not prejudicial to the public, to the applicant, has to be published. As I said, we have to have a database that is even accessible to the members of public, as long as there is that balance.
Now, my last question to you. Many people sit in these positions, including cabinet secretaries, and you followed. And then when they get these positions, the first pledge is that the parliament will oversight, I will be subject to attend committee sittings, I will be answerable, I will be answering calls, and ABCD. Now, you're not being vetted, and a member of board will be vetted as a member of the board, and therefore the decision of the board. Many have accused the county assembly of excessive oversight or administration by asking questions. And when you ask too much, you are told that you are fighting the governor, you are fighting the government, you are fighting the people, you are interfering with operations of the county public service board, you are interfering with administrative processes of some authority for questioning. Yes, what is your take?
Thank you, Chair. I believe that there is no excessive oversight. Why? Because the Assembly is a representative of the electorate, and the electorate is the people of Kenya, and those are where the power comes from. As long as the questions being asked in this oversight are in the interest of the public, those questions must be answered. And if they are not answered, there is a procedure which must be followed.
You've answered me.
Thank you.
The last one.
You know, she did not explain on delegation. Delegation of duties from service board to...
You can come again in the question so that I can...
No, it was a very simple question. To
Yes.
speak about how the board should delegate their roles.
Okay, thank you.
And whom do they delegate to? And how do you moderate that? Which tools also? You can tell us about the tools you use. Thank
you. This board, the persons who serve, and thank you, Honorable Member. I believe the persons who serve as board members of this board are periodic. They hold this office for a period. And we have a secretariat that is permanent. So most of the duties that are there, one of the places where they can be delegated is to the permanent secretariats, which can be able to carry those roles. And number two, we also have a...
Just also to correct, because we are in a very different situation. You are using very different terms. Ministers, ministries. Here we have departments.
Yes.
At the county we have departments headed by executive committee members, not ministers. But according to the layman's language, it's a minister, yes, but they are executive committee members. They sit in a cabinet. The cabinet is not known as a cabinet, it's an executive committee headed by the governor. Here we don't have permanent secretaries. Even in the national government, we don't have permanent secretaries. We have principal secretaries. Now, the principal people here are known as chief officers. Yeah. The chief officers are...
Point made. Delegation?
I believe my answer will still remain the same, that it will be delegation to the secretariat, and the tools that we need to apply is reporting, so that...
Which secretariat are you referring to? The board secretariat?
Yes. One, the board secretariat, and the ministry secretariats. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and the tools that we can use for supervision of delegation is reporting, so that we have a proper reporting mechanism from those secretariats to the board.
Who then reports? in the case of the Public Service Board, we know that there is a secretary to the board who has the authority to communicate in writing to other institutions. From the department, who is that person or officer responsible for conveying reports to the board?
I believe it will be the chief officers.
Okay.
Okay, let me, Speaker.
We have to conclude.
Let me, because we want to make progress. I think if we give you this opportunity, please research on these things. How the board will give the authority to act to the chief officers.
Yes, sir.
How it is done. Some of the chief officers do not have the tools to account. If the Minister for Finance doesn't believe you can account, he should not give you the tools.
Yes,
The same case with the Public Service Board. Here we have chief officers who cannot employ, who cannot discipline. So I expected disciplinary measures to be mentioned. I expected some recruitments to be done by the chief officers under the supervision of the board. Secondly, it's very clear. You don't report to any minister. The board doesn't report to any executive committee member. They are appointed by the governor with the help of the assembly. The governor will nominate, the assembly will vet, and they will approve. Once it is approved by the assembly, the governor can choose to appoint you or even not to appoint you. So the people you report to are not the executive committee members. You are reporting to the governor. You are reporting to the assembly because of the relationship you added from the speaker. Thank you, and you have a lot of homework to do.
Very good presentation, Honorable Kalunda, but your presentation is in a prejudicial manner.
Sorry for that.
You have given information alluding if we give you this an opportunity.
Yes.
The best would have been, allow me to give you this information for your application. Whether you get it, you don't get it, may be also important at the law firm. And for you as a good citizen of Makweli, you agree with me for him to allude that he will give you is prejudicial. You know, you have taught us that word here, so we are also using it as
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, but I'm guided.
Even the candidate is telling you that it's prejudicial. To imagine now that she will get an opportunity.
She doesn't believe.
No, it is an imaginary for you. For now. So that is for the committee.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That marks the end of this vetting process. We'll give you an opportunity to say a word, and after that we'll release you. But before that, the county assembly will consider both your physical documents and performance, oral and written. We'll retreat to write a report on our findings, observations, and recommendations, and submit to the county assembly for a vote. So we are just conveyors.
Yes.
The decision will be taken by the county assembly. That resolution will be taken to the governor for implementation. Very well. You are now free to make a remark or ask a question or compliment even.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I only have one question. I would like to know what is the most pressing and urgent need that the County Public Service Board is looking at in the very first maybe 100 days or so.
I'm afraid that the county assembly doesn't work for the County Public Service Board. So I'm not in a position to say that. However, we have reports from the county public, the annual report, and there's another report, quarterly reports, which are available on our website. And the office of the clerk, you may find them. So you may better get that information from the clerk. Yeah. If I speak about here now, I will be speaking for the County Public Service Board. But there are formal channel of conveying such needs to us. Yes. So, in other words, what would be your expectations so that you plan on how to deal with them should your prayers come right? Now that is a better way of putting it.
Prejudicial.
That's prejudicial. That is a prayer.
That's not prejudicial.
That is not prejudicial.
They are enjoying it.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
And also, Honorable Speaker, say thank you to the committee for according me this opportunity to demonstrate my suitability for serving as a member of the County Public Service Board. Thank you.
I think you should thank people from Makweli for electing these people to accord you the opportunity, not us. Because they are following you.
Yes, I also thank the people of Makweli for appointing very competent representatives. Thank you.
Thank you. So you are free, you are released. The sergeant at arms will show you around on your way out.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you.
Thank you, and have a good afternoon.
You too. You receive a formal obligation. So you don't receive. The directives are that within 24 hours you submit the information as you had indicated. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Karibu, please take that seat. Welcome to the County Assembly of Makweli. You are supposed to have come in earlier on, but vetting exercise is not any other exercise, because we are not doing it for ourselves, we are doing it for the public. Yes. We must satisfy all parties. Therefore, our timelines have changed gradually, and we were expecting you around midday or thereabout, and that has gone forward to this time. Nevertheless, here we are. You are here because you applied for a position of a member of County Public Service Board through the selection panel. The governor nominated you, in line with the law, presented your name to the County Assembly of Makweli to determine your suitability to occupy that office. And now that vetting is conducted by this committee. This committee will have an engagement with you, who retreat to compile a report based on observations and findings, and submit a report to the County Assembly for consideration. Consideration means approval or disapproval. When the outcome of that report is submitted to the government. So that's where you have come from, but that's where we are and how we shall progress in the next few days. So welcome so much.
Thank you.
Now this is how we're going to proceed. We will do a round of introduction. But before we do an introduction, we'll ask the clerk to administer oath or affirmation on you, for the reasons that you commit yourself, that the information that you give to this committee, and therefore to people in Makweli, not us, is truth, and nothing but the truth. So then we may proceed with this exercise. Clerk, proceed.
I, Zebedi Mwandi, having been nominated for appointment to serve as a member of County Public Service Board, do swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee on appointments shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Yes.
Very well. Order. My name is Douglas Bilu. I'm the chairperson of the County Assembly Committee on Appointments.
I'm Engineer Kisundwa Katete, member of County Assembly representing Kibungo Kipungu, leader of majority, and a member of this committee.
Thank you.
I'm James Kalunda, member for Kipungu South. and also the leader of the minority party, a member of this committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Motingi, nominee, a wife nominee, a member of this committee. Thank you.
Jackson Mbalo, member of Congress Assembly representing Kabuli North, and also chair of the committee and member of this committee.
Kevin Mutuku, clerk and secretary to this committee.
Esther Mso, Director Legislative Services.
George Mutuku, a research officer.
Janet Agui from the Legal Department.
Thank you, Chairman and members.
Thank you very much. We request you to introduce yourself in 3 folds. One, the person of Mwandi before he became Zebedi and adopted. Because I presume that was, is it your first name or second name?
My first name is Zebedi.
Zebedi, okay. So the person of Zebedi from 0 days to whatever age that you are. The 2, your career progression from the lowest to the highest attained. And then 3, your work-life experience. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members. Zebedi Mwandi is my name. A son of Makueni, born, bred, and educated in Makueni. Started my primary school in Mbine Primary School, which is in Ubadeni, sub-location in Kasika Ward. Cleared what was then Certificate of Primary Education and proceeded to Muka Boys, my Form 1 to Form 4. Then they began and left as a major. Reason for leaving was to pursue more career than military work. I had just gotten my my master's degree, and I felt military was not very pro career progression, but more of rank, rising in rank. And so I joined the Kenya Medical Research Institute, worked with them for about close to 2 years, from which I moved to an organization called the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention under the US Embassy and generally the US government. Worked with them for about 5 years, and then moved to the international space with the United States Agency for International Development in Malawi, and worked with them for about close to 4 years. I returned back to the country, into the NGO and academia world, and worked with an organization called the Johns Hopkins University JAPIGO program, which I believe Makueni County and the leadership here is much aware of, because we have had a lot of collaboration between Makueni County and JAPIGO. And I lasted there about 8 years, left last year in April because of the executive order from the US president, which kind of terminated a lot of the donor funds to organizations. And so that kind of summarizes my career progression and also where I've worked and for how long. Thank you, Chair and members.
Very well, Zebedi. I've just looked at your academic progression. From Muka to University of London, your experience from Machakos Hospital, Acadia, major public officer there, public service, Cambridge, US Embassy, Malawi, academic. That experience, word of knowledge, the doctor you are, a medical doctor, not a scholarly one, notwithstanding that you publish so many documents that I've seen. Why do you want to come
work in Makueni, in a very small body, referred to as the County Public Service Board, not as big as your city. Why?
Thank you,
Somewhere it's tranquil, expectation of workers, pressure from county executive, pressure from the county assembly. Why?
Pressure notwithstanding, Mr. Chair, I am a son of Makueni. I currently reside in Makueni. I have a home in Sultanamut, which is in Kilome. And currently, I'm not employed. So an opportunity came and I applied. But in addition to that, I have existed in this country pre-devolution and post-devolution, now going to almost 13 years or so. And I can testify the changes that devolution has brought in this country, even though I've not worked for any county government. But having worked in the national government then, and now observing keenly what is happening, devolution and the role of governance in bringing services closer to the people is something that one cannot be able to ignore. During my work in the Eastern and Southern African region, I was privileged to support health programs in almost 13 countries. And I can tell you, what I witnessed there was similarly almost worse than what we had before devolution. And come devolution in Kenya, if one can be able to get, in health, and I look at Honorable Mbalo, because I believe and also Speaker, we know where we're coming from. Really seeing CT scan available in Makueni, CT scan available in Makindo, cesarean sections being done at small facilities then, like Sultanamut, being staffed with consultants. We understand that there is now a consultant gynecologist already posted in there. Really, that is something that a person who is patriotic, you cannot be able to ignore. And therefore, why should I be left behind if I can be able to provide or to add some input from my experience, international experience, the different places that I've worked in, to make our Makueni a better place, to provide high quality services seamlessly to the communities of the county. That is something that I desire. And if I may mention also, we are quite interested in the county governments when we had the promulgation of the new constitution. A couple of us in Makueni, professionals and development conscious people, we came together and formed Makueni County Development Forum, really looking at what are the structures that need to be there and how can we play everybody a contribution to make our villages a better place. And therefore, knowing quite a number of you and your friends are aware of that body or that organization, we have seen the contributions that they've been able to make. And all the goal is to make our Makueni a better place, our villages a better place. And so when this opportunity came, and knowing that Kilome sub-county needed to kind of produce or be considered for having somebody to be in the board, I sent in my applications among many other people, and I'm glad that I was able to clear the initial handoff of the selection committee, and here I am. So I look forward to, if given a chance, employing my skills that I gained over time on leadership, on management, on matters related not technically in the health sector, but I believe there is a level where you rise, where you have a bird's eye view of how organizations need to work, need to function. And I believe I have those tenets that I've acquired from the different organizations that I've worked in to the level where I've been able to, and I will make the county a better place, of course working with the rest of the board members. Thank you, Chief members.
Honorable Mbalo.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zobidi. Karibu sana. Mr. Honorable Chair, we've had challenges as Chair of Health, I'm aware. Many times you have been to discuss with the chief officers of the challenges you have been getting. By getting, having nobody technical in terms of medical at the board. Because many times you used to get
now you are campaigning.
I'm not campaigning.
No, you are
no. I'll ask the question, but these are facts. These are facts that cannot be hidden. Yes. Because when you are dealing with a metal, it takes a metal to sharpen a metal. So I'm trying to say, allow me to say it because that's very important. Tell you. I got your point, but allow me. Please. What will you be able to do? Because to make sure anytime we have a medic, you can screen that medic that is not about on paper, but a person who has practical experience, so that when they are put, some will not go to stare at theater like news, because you have had such challenges. Whereby, because the viewers, some of them are not able to penetrate that. I hope you can be able to bring such a change where you get a surgeon or you get somebody who says you can be able to go details and bring up a person who can be able to great help to Makueni. That is one point I'm trying to say. Point two, we have had marginalization in Makueni. You will find many people employed in some corners of a different ward. So many in one ward, others in other wards are so marginalized, like Kalawa, Kumbuyu down there, you go to Makueni, Kitize. We see unbalanced employment. And most of the youth are discouraged because they feel they know nobody. You will find even some wards do not have a chief officer or even a CES, while others have directors and whatever. So the youth on those marginalized areas, they feel as I address this here, I'm addressing to most of them, and they want to hear how you'll be able to reach them to them. What action will you take to those who have faced situations they are unable to, they don't know who to connect? Employments are announced, but when they go there, they are not shortlisted, and the same people from the same roles that are leading, they continue leading. I want to hear what different you're going to bring that change. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member and Honourable Chair. Regarding marginalization and the different kind of unbalanced staffing, I must say that in my view, this is not an incident that happened once. This is a process that has built over time. And for that reason, I wouldn't propose that there will be one magical wand to correct it. I believe that is going to be a process that the board could be able to follow, to pursue in collaboration and in partnership with the county assembly and the other relevant stakeholders to correct what has been an error that has been perpetuated since 2013 when the counties came on board. And therefore, in terms of what I think I will be able to lobby at the board, because I believe it's not going to be a Mwandi or a ZBD proposal, it's going to be a collective decision by the board, is to look at do a desk review, understand where are these gaps, are they just true significant gaps or their allegations, so that we have everything tabled. And probably it could be one of the reports that the board can be able to do to the county assembly. And this is the situation. These are the gaps. This is where there is overlap. This is where there is duplication. This is where there is under-representation. And therefore, what do we do? Some people are already on board. They are employed, permanent and pensionable. How do you sack them? There will be a lot of balancing in terms of how to. And my thinking, one is to ensure that any potential, any future positions that they can come, they can be ring-fenced to the specific areas which are underrepresented. Another one could be people come in and they exit. You know, when somebody exits and we know that they existed in you know, they're coming from this area and there's a need to push up another area, then that could be a consideration. Of course, ensuring that we don't discriminate anybody, to see whether by undertaking the fact that we do very targeted recruitment in particular areas, we could be able to bring that balance together. But overall, I must say that it's not going to be, you know, a yearly or a year. You cannot be able to solve that within a year also, because it has taken 13 years to be able to get that kind of error that you've described the status of the case. My thinking. Thank you.
You've not finished, because health, we contribute, health consumes 40% of our budget. Mm-hmm. And so we invest on technical staff and what. How will you be able to handle the situation of employment of medical personnel who are qualified to do the job, not just on the academic papers, but being a doctor of many years, you'll be able to put them through what you call the system, where you can be able to tell somebody who can be able to do a cesarean section or another who sees it from the place. Kindly.
Thank you, honorable member. From my professional background, perhaps at the board, if given a chance, in relation to health, which is very strategic sector within or department within the county government, I could probably be able to provide more insights to the board members in terms of what kind of questions we can be able to put in through, what levels of interviewing we could be able to do, what background checks we can be able to do, and using my probably networks that I have with the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council, we kind of just verify, and so that we don't just have one interview session only to make a decision, but we can go through layers of interviews so that we can be able to get time to verify, validate that this is the right person, and we can be able to use statistics to say how many cesarean sections are, how many you have done, what is your rate of mortality and morbidity that can be linked to you. Has there been any, you know, a breach of code of conduct, whether it's a medical officer, whether it is a clinical officer, whether it is a nursing officer, because they are regulatory bodies and they kind of monitor where those people have worked in previously, and it will be much easier. And if I get a chance, using my research background, using my networks, that is something that we can quickly be able to do and find out what exactly, whether this person is the most suitable candidate that we need.
Thank you, Chair. That's one.
Honorable Elizabeth.
Thank you, Dr. Mwandi. It's nice to meet you. I will only ask 2 questions, but before the 2 questions, has your motivation to work for Makueni County in the service board been because, was it triggered by you not being employed, because you have just said you're currently not employed? Is that the reason you want to work now? And then, how would you handle a case where a board decision seems to favor political or personal interests, because it happened a lot? In your opinion, what legacy should an effective county public service board leave at the end of its term? Thank you.
So thank you, Elizabeth. Why this time? From, let me say, April, I wasn't working, and so, but I was looking. If you go into my LinkedIn page, you'll be able to see that I'm open to work. So this opportunity came, and so I applied. But I've also reached the age where I feel the different places I've worked, especially also in this country in the last 8 years, covering several countries, it was time to come back home. And if you give me the opportunity, share the lessons that I've been able to take on the way. How to handle the case with political interference at the board. My belief is that there are processes and procedures that require to be followed by the board. There could be standard operating procedures, and if they are not there, I'm ready to lead the process of developing some of them, how this should be done. And if it is approved, then that is how we have a reference of how things will be done, whether I'm there or whether I've exited, whether the other members are there, whether they have exited. If we can be able to have concise agreement that this is the way to do things, and then they are followed. I believe that is one of the ways that we can be able to reduce political interference. If we have standard operating procedures, we have processes that are documented, that are approved, and therefore anybody who is being brought by any politician, including yourself, that we can subject them to such kind of procedures which are objective, which are transparent, and which are open to public scrutiny. And that way, I believe we can be able to reduce. Elimination, I'm not so sure. But reduction, I think that is something that is possible.
Yeah, before you go to the next question on that, are you aware of any legislation or document that would be a point of reference, a regular point of reference in your daily activity as a board member?
I'm aware of several actual documents that could be followed. There is a Human Resources Procedure Manual, the one for the county. There are Public Service Officers Act. There is, of course, the Constitution, and many others, including, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act, including the Public Service Commission Act, the Workman's Compensation Act. Those are reference documents that would guide the board as reference documents when they are making decisions on what to do as they manage human resource for the county.
Thank you.
What legacy, I think, you've offered the chance within the 6-year term. I would look at having a county where there is seamless and timely service provision, public service provision, which are of high quality and which are motivated or which are supported by motivated staff, by competent staff, by staff who adhere to the principles of Article 10 and Article 232. And therefore, that would be my desire, that we could be able to achieve. And I think if we achieve that as a board, that then the citizens of Makueni County would be very appreciative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Galuna.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Daktari. I've looked at your CV. It's well decorated. I will congratulate you for that.
Thank you.
Also, the parting shot where you assured us that you really worked for the world. Now you are coming back to where you came from. Now, I have looked at also your masters in public health in developing countries. If you can, maybe, you must have developed some articles. You must have published some articles from this. Maybe you can take us just briefly on your thesis on this matter, which made you have the masters at London. Is it London? The University of London?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Kalunda. That was many years ago. but I'll try to recollect. I went for my master's program when I was a military officer. This was actually a scholarship from the US government, where I managed to be lucky to be given the scholarship to go to London. And it was based on the work that I had done in the military. And then in 1999, the then current President Daniel Arap Moi, is when they declared HIV as a national disaster. And I was responsible and in charge of a medical center within one of the military barracks. Actually, it's in Langata. And that medical center was like the annex for the Forces Memorial Hospital, the Defense Forces Memorial Hospital currently. So any case that would be seen like here, the probability of living is kind of diminishing, they will be transferred to my barracks. And one of the practices within the military is that if a soldier dies in a particular barrack, the flag would fly half-mast. So the flag of Langata barracks was flying half-mast almost all the time, every time. And it was very traumatic to continue seeing patients losing patients. So the American government kind of approached the military and said that they have resources, so we're trying to help mitigate this scourge. And that time, ARVs were not even available. They were, wherever they were on trial. And they brought in the aspect of voluntary counseling and testing. That it could be helpful for somebody to know they are cancelled and they can leave. And they gave examples from Uganda, from Zambia, and so forth. So they sent us for a workshop, and from that workshop, I kind of, having felt the impact, I moved quickly and ended up establishing a voluntary counseling and testing center. And from then on, it was the only place where people from DOD headquarters, when the Americans come, they will be brought to Langata. This is where something positive is happening. So on the third visit, they kind of asked, and who is behind this? What kind of qualifications they have? I didn't want to do public health. I wanted to do into surgical and organ ecology as my postgraduate. And so out of that, I was kind of, I must say coerced, but I was it was advocated that this is something that you can be able to do. So, and this scholarship.
Just a moment, because I'm not
Is it okay now? Yes. Thank you. So, out of that, like, should this be one of the people that would be, given the scholarship? But I was not very much interested. Anyway, I ended up accepting it because even the subject was not forthcoming. So I went to London and I used my thesis was on using data that we had collected for people who came for counseling and testing within military barracks and profiling them, who they are, their marital status, let's say the demographics first, and how long they have been, alive, how many have died, and so forth. So it was more of an HIV related analysis of the data that we had collected in the military, and that formed my thesis for my master's program. After that, of course, as my documents show, I was now able to publish much more from the research that we did.
Thank you. At least we are getting something. Thank you very much. We must appreciate its good effort. At least even the country got a lot of service from him that time, and maybe that's why you have an opportunity now to serve in the county of Mokwe. Thank you very much.
An opportunity to serve or to be vetted?
He may have an opportunity, I say that. That's why he has an opportunity to be vetted. Prejudicial.
Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you.
At least, even if this is a vetting process, we do appreciate your work, and we do appreciate the many papers you have published, which of interest is the male circumcision, which I think probably transcends the borders of Cascale to the Masai land and everywhere, because this is good work.
Thank you.
And we appreciate those papers. We also appreciate the work you have done in the country. I think I don't have much to ask, but I would like to request that you may go through PWD Act of Parliament, which was passed last year. In probably, I think it should have been in September, and that has not been implemented by the County Public Service Board as at now. And I wish you could, if you get the opportunity to serve this board, you could go and search for that. Then in our oversight duties, we may interact on the same, because we believe in an efficient board which respects the law, and I would also wish that you may advocate. If that's, I want to satisfy the speaker who is the chair of this panel, that if, I'm using the word if you succeed in this, then you might think of how we can get an audit on the public service board we have in the county, the whole county. Look at the logistics, especially on the regional balancing of the employees, qualifications, duplications of works being done by different departments, and of course I mentioned PW and marginalized groups, so that the board can be more efficient. Lastly, I would just ask you one question. How will you deal with the wage bill, which is ballooning by the day, because departments are bringing their demands to get more employees, and we know the constitution puts the percentage at 40 to 60 development. Then the last one on corruption. Of course, where there are civil servants, you expect some of them to be corrupt. What will you do about it? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kisungi and Honorable Chair and the rest of the members. I must confess that I've not read the Act which was passed last year, but I'm glad to know that it has not been implemented. The question is, how will it be implemented by the board? My thinking is that the board needs to ensure that what needs to be done is done. And it is difficult to do what you need to do without data. So one is to either do that audit review to find out from all county employees what is the situation, because you have to move from a known status to determine how do you correct any gaps that are there. How many people do we have within the county establishment who declare their PWDs, and are they truly so? So there is also the element of verifying that somebody has what it is required by the national government to determine or to categorize somebody as a PWD. Are they registered? Do they have the kitambulisho, the ID for that? And where are they working? I'm also looking at the county in terms of, for those who are there, are our public spaces suitable for access by people with disabilities? And there are a couple of things that surround how PWDs need to be treated, and that is something that I believe I could advocate within the rest of the board members. That is an act, and it requires to be adhered to complied with, and it's our responsibility to be able to do that within probably even given a timeline, so that we don't just keep on saying that we are going to address, and it could be one of the reports again that we can be able to file to the county assembly about what we've been able to do to ensure that this is complied with, and the county is complying with this new act. The bit about regional balance, I think, is related to what I said earlier on. That again, we need to be able to know where are the gaps, and it will not be difficult, in my view, to get a database for all county employees and analyze it, and probably even present to the county in terms of this is coming from here, this is coming from here, this is the number, this is the proportion, which I believe is a public information that one need to be able to do. While doing that, to ensure the regional balance, affirmative action, which will also be able to apply to people with disabilities, and ensure that there is equitable distribution, there is equity in identifying and appointing people from across the 6 sub-counties of Makueni. Going to the questions of how to deal with the wage bill, the ballooning wage bill. My thoughts are that for every ministry, for every department, and I will withdraw the ministry, for every department, trade, health, water, there is what is established staffing levels. If that has not been analyzed in terms of to know, are we adhering to the established staffing levels? Where do we have a higher number? Where do we have a lesser number? That would be one of the steps that the board could be able to undertake. Seek opinion from the assembly and from the executive, from the governor's office, in terms of how to handle it. I am a believer of collaboration. I am a believer of cooperation. And the fact that if we draw from the national government, of the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive, all that is government. But as much as they are independent offices, they have to collaborate. They have to collaborate for them to be able to deliver services to the people. Because as a county assembly, we may not be able to deliver to the people if we are not working closely with the executive. The County Public Service Board cannot be able to deliver solo. They have to be able to know that they are not working in isolation, and that collaboration, for us to be able to agree what is our desired goal. Because the desire is to offer services, seamless services, timely services to the population of Makueni. And there is no one that can be able, it's like no magic bullet that it is only this. We have all to work in collaboration. Are there any laws that need to be reviewed? Are there laws that need to be developed? Any legislation? That, to me, looking at it holistically as the key players and the leadership of the county, that would result to finding out how do we ensure that we are appropriately staffed for the jobs that are there. And if there are places where people have more people in place than necessary, then necessary actions could be taken in terms of the redeployment, or we have even people being services terminated because that is not aligned with whatever is available. Others can even take early retirement. It's also possible, and that's something that the national government has been able to do over the time. Corruption, the elephant in the room. And again, there's no particular body that would be the one to handle corruption. It is everybody's responsibility. The county assembly, the regulations and the laws that require to be in place. The bit about whistleblowing and reporting, identifying corruption and reporting, and for it being acted by the appropriate bodies. If it is the anti-corruption authority, if it is the police, for cases that are criminal in nature, those require to be investigated I would say that everybody has a role in terms of fighting corruption. So as a board member, if given the chance, one is to ensure that we limit any opportunities where corruption might be played, ensuring that we do background checks of all staff, including even the ones who are existing, if it would be possible, to find out whether would somebody be mentioned in corrupt cases. I'm looking at even how some cases can be dealt within the established systems, which some of them the public service board can be able to delegate to the departments to be able to handle. If somebody in a Cascale District Hospital is found to have stolen drugs, all these allegations, then before it even lands here in the office, the investigatory and regulatory structures that are within there should be reported to. And that way, besides declaring, corruption-free zone, but we need to be able to be seen to walk the talk and ensuring that that is reduced or limited as much as possible. Those are my thoughts, Honorable Chair.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Mwandi, for your presentation. With an aspect of persons with disabilities. In other words, persons who have different abilities, not being given an opportunity to offer services, notwithstanding their physical or other abilities that does not compromise their mental ability to make decisions and serve the form of work. How will you address that?
Honorable Chair, you can rephrase the question. Let me go ahead.
The PWDs, or persons with ability, popularly also known as persons with exceptional abilities, because things that they can do, you can't do yourself in that state at the moment. They seem to lack space in public service, notwithstanding their qualifications, but they are discriminated. They may not have access to information like anyone else. How would you wish to address that? Because you have received a number of petitions from persons with abilities, and we think that all members who have been nominated to sit in the board are able people. 4 hands, 4 legs, very able, walking, strong men and women. But they feel that the proposed composition of the board members that does not comprise of a person with disability. And therefore, their feel is that they can only be better managed or get opportunities to serve the county if one of the persons with disability is nominated to be that board. So meaning that the able people are not representing their views, their wishes, whether on employment or service delivered by the government to them. That's a major challenge that we're having. How would you address that?
So thank you.
Have you ever worked with them at any given time in life, engaged with PWD sector in your life? That's it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My thinking is that the discrimination against people with disabilities, if it ever existed, that is criminal. Because discrimination is wrong, and it should not be, a practice for forward-thinking departments or offices. Discriminating somebody because they have a disability or of color or of tribe, or it is wrong and should be condemned by all. And so for that reason, I would say that where such an allegation is adduced, it requires to be investigated, and whoever was discriminated against or who was leading the discrimination, action taken against them. That does not mean that having a disability is a qualification. The fact that there is a board or an office the fact that you have a disability is not a qualification for you to be appointed. One still has to be competent. The one has still to meet the requirements of being in that office. So I would imagine that that case of discrimination is where somebody who is qualified, yeah, has been denied an opportunity on the basis of being a person with or different enabled person. That is where the case would have merit that this person has been discriminated. However, it can be blown out of proportion that we are not there because we are denied. But one might not even have applied, you know, for the job. And if you don't apply for the job, how would you be able to be ever be considered that you qualify? But thinking proactively as a board member, one would be able to probably have targeted, when opportunities come, targeted effort to reach out to people who are differently enabled. And one way of is to have a database, which is not something difficult to be able to find out within the account. We can be able to have a database of the registered people from Makueni County who have a disability. And because of affirmative action and wanting to ensure that we have that balance, opportunities might come, and you now target those who are declared or who are registered as people with disability and ask them to be able to apply. We could even have within the regular, the appropriate departments, the database of those people, a WhatsApp group or a way of communicating to them, so that if the opportunity comes, they can be able to receive that there is this opportunity, and whoever can be able now to meet the suitability criteria, then I don't see the reason why they cannot be able to be considered. And that would be my my approach in terms of how we can be able to do it as a board.
Do you believe that young people can serve better than old people? Notwithstanding too much experience. A young person may have 5 years experience or 4 years experience. An old person may be having 20 or 30 years experience in administration. And
yes, I think it is possible, because I know
in any opportunity. I'm not limiting to the board. Do you believe that young people can do better than old people?
Young people can do better because just like and older people can do worse, because it's about
thank you.
work attitudes.
You've answered me. Don't miss it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. On the disability, I like the point of getting data, and want to inform you that the county government has continuously been doing some data collection on PWDs, and it has been happening per ward. Unfortunately, probably there is no extract on who qualifies from those wards probably to work for the county government, because I know of people who are disabled, but some are engineers, others doctors, and they usually apply in the county. They never get an opportunity. So if you get the opportunity, please have that extract of the data so that you may use it in future as a board. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much. That marks end of our vetting exercise. Unless Honorable Elizabeth Mutindi, you have a question?
No, I'm just impressed
with PWD. Or
yeah, his attitude about PWD
and you
and his CV.
And I know you have a soft spot for anyone who speaks something nice about you and PWD. You may close your eyes.
Now that you want me to speak,
I wanted him to be alive to the fact that lately so many people are applying to be PWDs. I have had cases of teachers who go and corrupt their way into the PWD list, if I could call it, on database. And you know what that means? It means they can have 5 more years of service, 5 more years of salary. And you know, if it's happening in that world, it could also happen here. So you need to be on the watch out, because most, if they know about that, they are going to pose as PWDs. Of course, they will evade tax and they will evade, and they will not retire early or as they should. So it is almost now becoming a crisis. So as one, we want to help the PWDs, but we want to help those who should rightfully get those privileges. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mutindi, for those insights. If the selection panel feels suitable, then I'll consider that as we move forward.
Well, thank you. That marks the end of this vetting exercise. We shall consider your oral submissions together with the documents in our position, observations and findings, and make recommendation to the County Assembly for approval. We wish you all the best.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
You have a comment, question, or observation to this committee that has nothing to do with the vetting. Cannot be used for, however good it is, it may not add any value to your vetting, but it is an engagement, feedback, question, or something.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This was my first time to ever get into the County Assembly compound. And I know you represent the rest of the honorable members and the other administrative staff. I was very impressed with the use of renewable energy. And I wish we can be able to translate that to our homes and our other public places the way you have done here. I am a fervent, supporter of using renewable energy. In our Makueni, we have plenty of sunshine. So really seeing it here in operation is something that has inspired me, and is the right thing to do. You as the leader of the Speaker, Congole, for pushing that, because of support with the other members. My other comment is about the tenacity that we've employed in conducting these interviews. I feel you have been very objective, and that is something that must commend the team in the way you have, because I had the privilege of watching the previous ones, not just even for this public service board. And so again, congratulations. And lastly, despite the delay in the time I was allocated here, I was downstairs at 11:30 a.m. and this has lasted to this particular time. And I appreciate you finding time to offer us lunch and water. I submit.
Thank you very much. You never know that we were still watching you from 11. So that might have been part of it.
Okay.
Yes. The patience, the temperament. Yeah, it could be. You never know. Thank you very much for the compliments about the green energy implementation project and the solar parking. You have really praised us. However, remember I had a caveat that however good the compliments are, they will remain in our records. They may not be useful in our report writing. Thank you, Sergeant Adams. You direct the candidates outside and the corridors of the County Assembly to leave us at his pleasure.
Thank you and bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you at the 18th day.